Ice Cube.
And go.
There we are. Welcome back to another session of the Birchwood Briars, the Night Haunters, the Night Thorns. Yes, there we are. They were busy exploring a hag's lair last session, which we're going to continue, hopefully without a ton of technical issues, which we also had. That was the real fight last session. However, without any further ado, we will go into the recap of last session, starting with Estrella.
So we had a lot of fighting. We have beaten some hags, but instead of dying as they usually do, they just disappeared. So we don't know if we have seen the last of them yet. Adamir managed to do a bit of diplomatic stuff with some animal enemies that we had, or at least some creatures, owl bears and a T-Rex. Not only helping us by taking out of an enemy out of the fight like that, but actually gaining one more ally with it. So that was great. We found an old ship from the First and Second Empire under that temple or church we went in. And apparently after that we went into a jungle. I wonder what will be next. Marisol.
Yeah. So we fought our way through the underbelly of whatever we're in, and it looks like we're somewhere strange because the rooms keep changing. We've been on a boat, we've been in the jungle. So what's next? We have no idea. We got really friendly with the Tyrannosaurus. Unfortunately, he died before he could continue helping us or see the freedom that we promised him. But we did get some interesting ideas on class struggles from those animals. That was really neat. But yeah, we're pretty dinged up, but we're hanging in here. Ed?
Yeah, I lost my T-Rex buddy, unfortunately. Not much to add. Yodi?
Yeah, a lot of cool fights with the ogres and the hags and the giant animals. It was pretty brutal. And then the kelpie tried to lure Estrella into the water, so I used some of my spells to teleport over there and push her off the back. Little did I know, he was just going to immediately dive down about 70 feet and try to drown me. That would have been a hell of a way to go. Pulled through it though, so it wasn't the end of the world, certainly. And now we just get to figure out where we're gonna go next, honestly. And I'll pass it to Mador.
Yes, most of it's been covered. I'm getting better with a crossbow, since I can't quite get into hand to hand with these people. Um, Interesting, we've already faced, was it 4 different hags? But they just don't die. They turn into smoke or water or goo or something and disappear. That's not common for hags. Be curious to see if this whole thing is nothing but an illusion. Otherwise, yeah, we're into a jungle. There was King Kong there. There's T-Rex there. There was a giant centipede. Uh, Edamir did his normal as trying to talk these animals into helping us. Well, someone kicked a bone into one of the animals' face. It didn't quite help, but we won't. It was those stumblebees. Uh, Zara.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add. One thing to note is as we've descended deeper into this hag layer, each room we've been into has been like almost like a different biome. So like there was a boat sitting inside what appeared to be like a like a weather generator so that they could test boats, but Golden Glens is a landlocked country, and then we were in a jungle one room over. So curious to find out what other kind of environments we get into as we explore this layer. Preacher.
Indeed. The fights aside, which were very interesting and peculiar, the rooms are the main thing to ponder for Preach at the moment, because there is no reason to exactly why are they being constructed here and what purpose did they have. Granted, First and Second Empire is quite a long ways away, and things get corrupted, obviously, over time. But yeah, this is some peculiar stuff. A trip to the middle of the world, it almost feels like. Dun dun dun. Who hasn't gone? Was I the last? No, Magnus.
Yep. I think everything's been said. Not really a lot to add. Yeah. Lots of fights. We pulled through. Let's see what comes next and whether the hags have indeed been killed or whether they've just hidden themselves. Back to the GM. Shoggy.
Right. So you guys are standing in the jungle, the depths of the jungle, with the the cold and or not cold, but pooling bodies of several gigantic animals that were bothering you for a while, and it's sort of up to you guys how you want to proceed.
The first thing I'm going to do is try and heal myself a little bit, because I've been wounded. So I try a bit of wholeness of body meditation.
Ooh.
I would like to see if I can extract some of the poison from the centipede.
Right. What relevant skill do you have to be doing that?
Well, I do have the alchemic knowledge. So I don't know, maybe a medicine check since I'm handling poison.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that sounds about right. And
Yeah.
that definitely works out. Yeah, no issue there.
Roughly how long does her attempt take? Because I'm going to be burning about 20 minutes to regain my key points as well.
Right. So what you guys are telling me is that you want to do do yourself a little rest.
Short one.
A little rest, Rooney.
I would
the
say
restroom.
looking at Edamir, we definitely need to take at least a little rest.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good idea.
Right, well, does anyone else need some medical attention?
I do.
I know about you, Ed. I meant anybody else.
Well, I do have a few bruises left, but it's not too bad.
No, it's up to you. I can treat you while I treat Ed, so...
Right. Also, keep tabs on who you've treated with medicine, because it's not something you can do after every fight. There's a cooldown on that. So,
Yep.
Handy piece of information to have right there.
That's why I haven't volunteered healing people, medicining people up, because I haven't used any of mine yet. So
Clever.
And my skill is any amount of time, just got to keep check on my key points.
Yeah. So, yep, you spend about 20 minutes relaxing while Estrella extracts some of the poison from the giant centipede. Let's see if that's in the items. That's something we can give you. There we are. I will add it to your character sheets.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's going to be good for... you don't really have any way of... You don't have an alchemical lab or anything here, so you don't really have any way of keeping it fresh.
I do have... I should have an alchemical set. Let me look.
Yes, an alchemical set, but unless you're carrying a lab in some sort of holding device.
No, I just have the alchemical tools here.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I'm a walking alchemical set, so I'll just
Yeah.
give her a jar to put the centipede poison in.
no, not a jar, but making it last longer. From what it looks like right now, she'll have 5 doses, but they'll only last for about 24 hours until the poison loses its potency.
Oh, I got you. Carry on.
All right.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I was
spend-
meaning.
No, I misunderstood. That's my bad. I'm gonna spend a little time looking at the pile of items that has appeared in my possession. If you want me to do those Arcana rolls and everything.
Yeah, those 20 minutes will give you the time for that, and you might want to. You've been picking up stuff every which way, so that's something you might want to redistribute before you go gallivanting about anymore. But at least 4 of those items are going to be real interesting. See what you roll.
I have 3 that you mentioned. Is there a 4th
Yeah.
one that I don't see?
No, I'm just misremembering. It's those 3.
It's all good. I'll roll pistol and then the other gun, and then I'll go dagger.
Yeah, you found tons of guns. Surprisingly enough, although these look old mostly. Yeah, you correctly identify that one. And that one. Oh, wow. You think you might actually be able to cleanse that one and make it usable, given some time.
That would be the bellicose dagger, so I'll hold on to that one. And maybe I'll mess with it whenever we get a little bit of time. But I'll slide
Yep.
over to Marisol while we're all resting.
Yeah, I'm sitting with my back against a tree and fixing on my guns.
Well, I have spent much time at this point looking over the things we have collected, Captain. And I will give you these guns. They do me no good, so here you go. And I will give you the sunken pistol and the Arboreal's Revenge. I would be very careful with these, though, for they are cursed, and I can do nothing about them.
Well, thank you. I'll keep them in mind and see if we can get anything out of them or get them cleansed or something later. Thank you.
This is all we can do. Unfortunately, I lack the skill to do it myself.
Well, perhaps in a few months you'll be stronger.
We'll grow stronger every day as we all do. We will see where life takes us, yes?
Absolutely. For the Horde, Master Yodi. And I hand you a coin, a gold coin.
I will slip that into my sleeve. Also, I will go to Estrella next.
Aodi?
It appears that Iodi is doing the gift giving instead of Zara today. For you, I have Arachnid Harness. It's a leather armor. You can do the thing with that. This will help you to climb anything you want with the greatest of ease. Iodi thinks that you perhaps would make the most use of this, so I will give it to you.
Oh yeah, that sounds actually pretty good. Thank you very much.
And then I will go look for Edamir.
Edamir is down by the water washing off all the hippopotamus slobber since he was getting ate.
Iodi knew where to find you because of the smell of wet dog. Come to me, Foxman.
Yes, Iodi.
I have for you a greater Beastmaster sigil.
Ooh.
I would like you to take this. It has Beastmaster in the name, so it must be good for you.
Sounds about right.
And I'll give him a little pet on the head, and then I'm out. And that's all I'm going to give away right now. Also, the Haggai, I'm going to
Yes.
yeet it as far as I possibly can.
Yeah, yeeting it into the fast-flowing river or into the jungle.
You know what? I'm going to eat it. I've changed my mind.
Right.
I look at the eye, and I say, I see you, and then I eat it.
Yeah, so you see Iodi with what looks like a hag's eye, and if they're looking through it, the last thing they're going to see is Iodi's teeth chomping down on it. You're not certain, but you think with the right chef, you might be able to kind of swing this as a delicacy in some kobold communities.
I'm building an affinity for eating eyeballs, apparently. And that would be
Well,
all my rest shenanigans.
Eyeballs have been a theme for you all. You might need an optometrist in the party soon. Right. Anybody else want to do anything during the rest?
I'm just going to be keeping a lookout.
Yep. You are definitely keeping a. No, that was a street wounds thing.
You roll.
Healed something for somebody.
That was Magnus treating Eden himself.
Right.
So you want to roll perception?
Nah, I've got your passive perception, so that's fine. But I like that Eodi is now kind of picking up names like a Warhammer fantasy ogre. Like the more big names he gets, the more powerful he gets. But while you're sitting there relaxing, you can hear from the door down in the south, Estrella shouting for help.
I look over at Estrella and that's not you, is it?
No. At least I don't feel like I'm in two places at the same time.
Guys, we gotta hurry. Estrella needs help.
No, Estrella's over here.
Zara would like to move stealthily in the direction of the Estrella voice.
Right. Give us a stealth roll. It's going to be over the bridge down towards the door on the southeast end of the room. Yep, Zara is sneaking up. There's another large door. These are very large, iron or steel bound, or you're not entirely certain what kind of metal compound they are. They look like steel, but they should have rusted away millennia ago. These are very clearly Second Empire type doors. Looking at the walls as well, you see that they've mostly been smooth, but somebody's been scratching at them, trying to just ruin the beauty of what was a very well crafted wall.
Hmm.
And you can hear Estrella calling from down behind that door somewhere.
Slit her throat and drink her blood. Is it just me, or does that not sound like Estrella?
It does not. Or would you agree, Estrella?
I'm not that bloodthirsty. Unless it's a special group of people, and you know which one that is.
Well,
I don't
let's
know.
go find out what's going on then.
Sounds like Estrella to me. What do you think, Yodi?
Can I do a little detect magic on Estrella and see if I can see anything weird going on?
I mean, Estrella's lighting up like like a New York businessman's house on Christmas Eve. But that's mostly magical items that you already knew she was carrying.
Yeah, I was just looking for anything different.
Well-
Eodi is quite sure that this is the Estrella that we like. Perhaps we go murder this other one, yes?
Sounds good to me. I'm hefting my rifle over my shoulder instead of putting it back in my sleeve and follow down.
I think we should invest in some identification tattoos soon if this keeps up.
I already did that. Y'all haven't checked your foot on the bottom of it. I put my sigil when you were sleeping.
Right.
Yodi can do many tattoos of this like, preacher. Perhaps it is a thing we should look into in the future.
No
I
more
think
magic
so.
tattoos for me, thank you.
I mean, maybe the rest of us should have one. Just in case.
Not a bad idea. But that's a discussion for a beer after this, isn't it?
Indeed. Group tattoos.
So we walking into this trap?
Oh, yeah.
I would like to inspect the door that is obscuring where the voice is coming from.
Right. Yeah, it seems solid enough. There's a big solid lock on it, integral to the door itself. Seems to be locked, but yeah. From what you can see, you can't see any obvious traps or anything, but then again, it's not really your forte, is it?
Yeah, it is. I have the trap finder feat.
Well, you still can't see any traps.
Excellent. Estrella, do you want to try to pick this one? I my picks got eaten earlier.
Yep, no problem, I'll do that. And I get another +2, I think, from the infiltrator picks.
Right. 38 is more than enough. It's a difficult lock. It's actually got 3 faces, and at one point you got to take off one of your boots and get your toes up involved to hold something, but you do manage to get through it. And it goes clickety clack and opens up. Let's see if Shoggoth can remember how to open a door. He cannot, so I'm just going to move you to the other side of it. I haven't actually set up the map to where I can do that. We live and we learn. Anywho, let's stack the party up here, as I assume everybody's going through, unless somebody wants to stay in the jungle and camp.
I mean, that does sound fun.
Welcome to the jungle.
There's a lot of meat here, at least.
Get big enough fire going, you might be able to cook some of it.
And now I've got Guns N' Roses on my brain thanks to this jungle map. Dang it. I can't even hum it or we're going to get DMCA'd.
DMCA.
Turns out it's not fun to go to the DMCA. There we are. So, slightly curving tunnel in front of you, and you can kind of feel like sharp daggers in your nose and lungs and chest as just frigid, icy cold air comes blowing up this tunnel.
Ah, finally, this feels great.
Have you shared a map, Shoggy?
Nope.
Okay.
I've been moving y'all around while you've been talking and everything to make it easier for the viewers to see where you guys are, but it doesn't really help anybody except me unless I share the map. That is entirely true.
I was worried. I looked at Quinn's screen. I'm like, what happened? Did I miss something?
Thank God, I thought it was just me.
Ah,
No, turns out it was just me.
see, Yodi, you can have your desert. This is more like it.
It's just the qualified Shoggy Dingoes as usual.
This weather does not bother Yodi either. This is fine as well.
But you're shaking.
Yodi has a heart of fire, Fox. Do not judge.
Ooh. Sora sneaks up, kind of slippery. A lot of ice here. Can't really get a good footing, and you look out on a cold and frozen waste. Although further up, you do see. Let us share the map. Shall share some images? Shall we? Let's see. What are you named? There we are. Swimming around in the... If we go to images instead of items, Shoggoth, you might actually find something. Swimming around in a lake, there's a snake, dragon, worm, just
Ooh, it's
entirely
pretty.
out of ice.
Looks like a Zelda villain.
And also, wandering around with a couple of houses, you can see in the distance some of these bros.
Den avskyelige snømannen.
Cousin Theo?
So that's what you can see so far. Also, most of the Yetis are gnawing on parts of human or other humanoids, and as snow gets swept away by the cold wind, you can see lots of skulls and bones, hundreds of them, just embedded in the ice under the snow. There's a tiny fox sneaking up. He seems very at home in this climate.
Yeah, whisper to Zara. They look pretty hungry. Do you think like the meat from the T-Rex or the centipede might still be poisoned and we can just throw it to them? And
Might be worth the attempt.
Well, I still have some of the poison left, so we can just poison it again.
Might be a way to move through this particular region with a little more of our blood left inside us. Preacher and I could probably haul it through here.
She hands over 3 of the 5 vials to them.
okay, so who's gonna go back and cut up the meat?
I'll go do it. Zara's going to head back and tap Preacher on the shoulder and look at Magnus. The fox has an idea where we offer some of the poisoned Tyrannosaurus meat to the creatures dwelling beyond the tunnel. You guys want to help me haul it through here?
Aye.
Can do.
Give it a try.
Yeah, that's gonna take you guys another 20 minutes or so to just what in the hoo-ha? Go back, butcher the meats, and poison it, and let the poison kind of really soak in. You don't have any of those fancy chef syringes to inject brine into chicken thighs and that sort of thing, so it's a bit more work getting it properly poisoned without it just being like slathered with a poison glaze with a few drops of poison vinaigrette on top. Meanwhile, you can see the Yetis are kind of moving about. One of them disappears down behind the houses, and you can hear the scream of, it's hard to say if it's a man or a woman, but it sounds terrified. And then there's some crunchy, chomping noises. But you do appear back with the mate. The mate.
I make sure to have my boots on properly and sure step crampons. No problem walking on ice.
We should probably not let them see us and kind of just like, I don't know, throw it out there. Maybe put it on something and slide it out there.
I don't have a sled at the moment, do you?
No. So, actually, Zara, you can do that change shape form thing. Can you make yourself look like one of the hags and act like it's feeding time?
I don't know. Can I do that with minor illusion, Shago?
Let me check that.
Or it's disguise self, I believe is the spell name.
Hmm. Is it illusory disguise? I can't find disguise self anymore.
Yeah, illusory disguise.
I could help with your illusion. I have a disguise kit that we could apply before.
Well, it kind of depends on what hag you'd want to disguise yourself as, because it's within 6 inches of height and within 50 pounds of weight, so you wouldn't be able to look like an Anis hag, for example.
Can I do a lore check to think about what kind of hags like cold weather?
You could indeed, sir. You could indeed. Oh, that would definitely be a winter hag. Some of the nastier, one of the nastier hag types would usually craft themselves stabs of black ice that they shoot cold out of. So you could try that. You remember more or less exactly what one of the ones you've met before you met this party looked like. But it's not going to change your voice or smell or anything.
I do have the foil senses feat for stealth as well.
Let's have ourselves a look. See, is there feats or class features?
That is a feat, general feat.
Foil senses. Oh, you could probably make certain that as long as they're not within 30 feet of you, they won't be able to smell you just by masking your smell, but making yourself smell like a winter hag, that's gonna take some more powerful illusion magic than just the illusory self.
Yeah, as long as they just are more preoccupied with the meat than how I smell, it should be fine.
Okay, so what poison is it you guys have used for this?
The centipede poison.
Right.
3 vials of that.
Very well. So, Sarah's gonna sneak out and feed him some meat, if I understand this correctly.
Yep, she's going to adjust her hat and then make herself look like a winter hag.
Yep, she looks properly horrifying. Let's get ourselves a picture of a winter hag up here, so that we can share it with everybody. Not the best looking ladies, although they're usually hid behind an illusion, so depends on how important you think makeup is. Illusion's just handy makeup, isn't it? So yeah, that's what Zara looks like as she kind of. Let's see. We will probably want a deception roll from Zara as she's trying to shuffle out and look and act like a proper winter hag. Right. So it's up to you where you want to go. All the way up to the frozen river. Gotcha. Yeah, the Yeti kind of cover. You can see these are very, very malnourished. They look like they've been tortured quite a lot, and they've got a gleam of madness in their eyes. They start clumping up towards Sarah as she comes walking down.
Eat up, my pretties. Wouldn't want you too weak to deal with any guests who might show up. Just gonna
Right.
yeet one of the chunks of T-Rex across the river.
You're pretty certain you're going to have to add a proper cackle to fool them.
Insert cackling noises here.
Right. Yeah, you see they're eaten for sure. And you can roll a d6 for the initial poisoning. There we are. They're kind of hacking and coughing and not really enjoying the meal, but seems like they're too afraid to not shuffle it down. Kind of hooting and talking, and then you hear from the south sound of a tent flap opening, and somebody is going, "What's this? Who are you? You're not my sister. That one is a pretender. Kill it!" And the Yeti are standing around like, kind of caught unawares. So the party will get a surprise round before the Yeti get to act. That will, however, take us to initiatives, and on a complete change up from last session, Mador goes first.
Oh, that's a change. I'm going to head down to this entrance here and have crossbow out and see if I and wait for the shot. If something gets aggressive, I will shoot.
Gotcha.
I don't think I can see the hag from where I'm at right now.
I'm gonna say she's got partial concealment at least due to that corner there.
Then, like I said, I'll hold my shot. And that will be it for me.
Yeah. Solidifying out of the air over the campfire. It's some sort of air elemental creature, but with sharp claws and wings. It just kind of solidifies out of the smoke. And that takes us to Marisol.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's well within a shot.
Yep, it is snowing pretty heavily. So unless you ignore concealment or have a way to see through snow, there's going to be a flat 5 chance of missing her if she's at more than 30 feet.
I'm ignoring concealment. I'm a
Of
sniper.
course you are. Yeah, you got that thermal sight on your gun. I'd forgotten about that.
That too, actually. But yeah, let's see.
Marisol and her modified M4 getting into the fight. I forget.
And for fun, I'll pick a card, any card.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be an hour until you can do that next time.
Yep.
But you did pick 8, it seems. Or 6, if you weren't supposed to have a +2.
No +2 in that one. No.
Jesus. Almost lost my can of dip. That
So
would've
that's a
ruined the
fairy
entire
bullet
fight.
again. So we'll know if there's something invisible within 60 feet before in that shot. Then.
Right. Yes. Yes, of course. Forgot that Marisol mostly fires tracers these days as well.
And I put myself on fire.
Yep. Oof.
No,
Marisol
wait.
just-
I have the advantage.
Did you actually swear to kill her, or did you
No,
just
I
shoot?
did not. I put
Oh.
myself on fire. So not.
So Marisol raises her gun, aims square between the hag's eyes, pulls the trigger, and it goes click. And that gun is jammed.
Yep. So I'm not putting myself on fire automatically then.
No, because you forgot to swear to kill her first.
Yes. Or no, whatever. Yeah.
That leaves you with 2 actions, though.
I'm gonna fix my gun.
Yep. Okay. Marisol starts disassembling her gun, getting the cleaning kit out, puts in her AirPods, puts on some nice music, and starts weapon maintenance. And that takes us to Estrella.
I am applying cytalish oil to my rapier, and then I'm going to sneak up if Fantasy Ground would let me. There we go. I'm sneaking up towards here. Stealth check is about to commence.
Very well. Yep, sneaking. Well, you're moving faster than last session, at least. Sneaking fairly fast. So that's good.
And since I'm not sure if applying the poison was well, no, I will end it there. I will just wait there.
Right. The watery elemental creature dives under the water, and you have no idea where it went. And that takes us to the Yeti. They are surprised this turn because of the poison, kind of dealing with stomach cramps and some gastrointestinal issues. The Winter Hag, however, is none too pleased with this, the audacity of this bitch coming in here and pretending to be her and poisoning her. I don't even want to think too much about what she does with those things. So
Do I have an open shot on her now?
You do have an open shot, but still, there's a flat 5 chance of missing unless you can ignore cover because the snowfall's so heavy.
Could roll a d20 first.
Yeah, you just need over 5. If not, you automatically miss. Whoop. Yep, that one goes straight into the snow. You have no idea where. You thought it was her, but turned out it wasn't. What's the range on this spell? She's kind of shuffling up towards Zara with murder in her eyes. Well, I can't believe it. Comes here, pretends to be me. And she's simply gonna Ray of Frost Zara. Let's see how that works. And Zara dodges that easily. Which takes us to Preacher.
Okay. Rules question. Quick runner shirt. Is that a double stride in 1 action?
I am going to have to check it. The Quick Runner's shirt. Quick Runner shirt. Which one is it you have? Probably not the level 12 one.
Nope. Checking. I think it's a regular one.
So that's a 2 action to activate it. You can see it's got 2 of those arrows.
Okay. In that case, I don't use it.
So that would allow you to move twice and get a 10 plus 10 move foot on each move with the double move. So it gives you 20 more move when you activate it, but it uses the same amount of actions.
Okay. In that case, I will use it. So 120, roughly. I'm going to move myself. That should be the first 60, roughly, there.
I'm going to use a reaction and give you a propulsive breeze to give you another 15 feet.
Right. So, okay. I was about to subtract 10 feet because you got to kind of curve around, but with that, you'll still have 65 more feet to move.
Yep. So
because suddenly you've got a very strong wind, kind of feels like somebody with a very large fox paw just places a hand on your ass and just propels you forward.
Nice. So 75 for the next one?
That would be correct, sir.
And that should end me up there?
Yes, just to be certain you're understanding, that would place you in the middle of an ice row.
Yeah, well, I still have one move left.
Okay, then, because that's not solid ice, so I'm just checking that you understand that's water.
I have water step.
Yeah, I know.
And my last move ending up behind the hag.
So I was kind of worried you were planning on just stopping in the middle of that water, thinking it was solid ice. In which case, you would have had a bad time. Right. Speaking of bad times, somebody's about to have one. It's Sora's turn.
Sora's going to drop the last of the meat and be like, "Kill her, and there will be plenty of meat for you in the future."
Mm-hmm. Give us another deception. I'm gonna say that's a DC 35 to pull off. Tiny dog disagrees with this plan of action. They're not biting. Well, they're gonna be biting, but they don't bite. They don't buy that one.
Then I am going to esoteric lore the hag.
Right. See. Yep. This is definitely a winter hag. Pretty subtle creatures, mostly, that hide out in snowstorms, and many remote villages have been wiped out just due to the hag's machinations without her ever having to lift a finger. Very, very solid manipulators. Also quite powerful when it comes to magic. They can craft staffs of black ice, and you see she has one, which is both going to hurt to be bonked by and can cast spells. Immune to cold, but weak to cold iron and fire. They are not impeded by snowdrifts at all. They can see through snow perfectly fine and can sprint on ice without being slowed down.
Okie doke. Was the Yeti thing an action from me?
Nah, you were already doing that, so giving them that parting remark, I'm going to give you for free.
Okay, then
it would have been cool if it worked. Hag bonking for fun and profits. Let's see if that's a hit. That is a hit. It's not a crit, but it is a hit. It's a horse.
And triggers her weakness to, we'll say fire.
Right. She hisses like, naughty girl. My cousin was right about you. Should have eaten you when you were in the crib. That takes us to Yodi.
Okay. I'm gonna go up here in between all my friends. And Yodi's gonna kneel down and he's gonna draw some of the symbols that he's been learning from the giant dragon book. Ooh. And I'm going to cast Summon Dragon and summon a level 5 Flame Drake.
Holy cow. Let's see, and this thing is hopefully in the bestiary.
Should be. I have its stats and everything pulled
there
up
we
online.
are.
I can send it to you if you need it.
Flammendraken. I just got added to the fight, so I can get the icon out. Okay, that's shiny. Where are you summoning it?
Directly. I mean, I can only do it. Hold on. Pretty sure I have to do it directly in front of me. Yeah, so 30 feet in front of me is where I'll do it.
Right. I'll pull up a picture so that everybody can see what this thing looks like.
Oh,
It is probably considerably pissed off about being in the Arctic suddenly, but it is going to take it out on your enemies.
That'll be my turn.
30 feet, that'd be here-ish. There we are. Does this thing, whose turn does this thing act on? Yours, I assume, but does it act on the turn it's summoned?
I don't know. Hold on. I don't actually. It says it works on the way that a summon animal does, but we haven't done that.
We have never had any animal summoners, so we're gonna real quickly find out how that works. Summon animal. Bipribapribu. I'm learning Italian, that's a lie. Doesn't say a dang thing about when it acts, so I'm gonna say it's on your turn. So yeah. In that case, you
Hold on. Immediately when you finish casting the spell, the summoned creature uses 2 of its actions for that turn. A spawn or other creature generated from a summoned creature returns to its unaltered state once the summoned creature is gone. So on and so forth, can be banished by spells and effects, automatically banished if reduced to 0.
gotcha.
So it can use 2 actions the turn it's summoned.
No, it uses 2 actions being summoned. From
No,
as I
it
understood.
gains 2 actions.
Gains. Very well. So it's got 2 actions then.
Then
So
I mean, do I control it or are you going to do it?
yep, you control it. I've got enough on my plate.
Then I'll have it do Fireball Breath, which is a 180-foot fireball in a 20-foot burst. Does 66 damage and a DC 22 reflex save.
Yep. Who's it targeting?
I'm going to throw it in between the little trifecta of Yetis down here.
Right. Okay, roll your damage. That's a DC 22 reflex.
That'd be 20.
They do not like fire. That much is obvious. They are burned. Even the one that manages to dodge is burned pretty badly. And the 2 that don't manage to dodge are definitely charred a bit now. Foomph. Speaking of Foomph, it is Mr. Elamir.
Yodi, did you summon your dad?
I will choose to ignore this, Fox.
The fox is skittering out. It feels so good to be on proper frozen snow again. Air Elemental comes flying up. Whoosh. I like the little picture he's got as well. As far as I'm aware, this thing is medium-sized. If it's not, I'm gonna...
It is large.
It is large.
But it's an air elemental, so it can, be big and small at the same time.
Got him in the right size there. Big old cloud of ice and air.
And I'll just cast Glass Shield on myself, and that'll be it.
Gotcha. That takes us to Magnus. Still washing his hands after all of the butchering. That's why he's last, because he rolled a 1 on initiative.
Yeah, he was too busy washing his hands to get hold of the slippery dice properly. Okay, Magnus is going to move in, take 2 moves to get to... How about I just... There. If you would be so good, Shoggy.
There we are. 55.
you.
That is what's minus this move spade. 25. So that's going to be 3 moves. He's still
Can
got.
you adjust him so that he doesn't exceed his 3?
In that case, he'd be roughly there.
Okay, in that case, use the third move to step him back to the position he was.
Mm-hmm. On the corner. Down on the corner.
Yep.
That's all
Yeah.
I can say without DMCAs. And that takes us all the way around to my door.
Okay. Since Magus kind of got in my way, I'm going to take a step out.
Gotcha.
Shoot at this thing down here, the bee, the air.
Yeah, the air creature. Kind of looks like an air vulture. 30. I'll be surprised if that's a miss. That is a hit, sir. You knock a fair chunk off of it. But it's still flying around, but it is now injured for sure.
Yeah, and I'm going to pull out the glaive and prep for any possible charges.
Gotcha. This creature here is going to try to fly over and defend its master. Master, and so on. Hum, 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 hum. Wait, what does this do? Interesting. It is actually gonna try to float into Preacher's lungs. So we're gonna need a DC 23 Fortitude save from Preacher.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Preacher's lungs are way too more powerful, and he just breathes it straight out again as it tries to flow down into his lungs. And that is that thing's turn. Marisol has now used 2 actions to reset her gun.
It's ready again, or do I need to reload it or something?
It's two actions. Let's see. What's the reroll? Reload on that thing. I believe it is 2
1.
actions. 1. So yeah, you've managed to unjam it and load it.
Then I'll move out here. And this time I will swear to kill her.
Out onto the ice and snow. Dung, 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 dung.
And my fairy bullet is still in there because it clicked and it did not fire.
Yep. Actually, you had to empty out the fairy bullet because the little ignition pearl on it didn't actually set off the charge. So the fairy bullet it's spent.
Okay,
Those
but then
fairies
I
had
wouldn't
done
have moved.
Those fairies had done a terrible job actually loading it.
Boo hiss. Then I wouldn't have moved, probably, but still, whatever.
Oh my. Well, let's see if you get
This
another one.
time, yeah, 3 ones in a row. That would be impressive, actually.
My lord. That was close, but it is a hit.
+7 fire and 5 persistent fire damage.
Oof. Yeah, she screams in pain as she's hit. That definitely injured her. She does not like the fire.
The 16 is also fire, as it was no longer a fair bullet, because the shot from the eyes of the sky turns into fire when you fire it like that.
Gotcha. That takes us to Estrella.
Yep. I want to. Thank you, Kat. Sneak up on the Yeti here.
Right. I'm going to need a DC 15 athletics to jump over and keep your footing, because it is very slippery next to that icy river.
Okay. +2 athletics for jumping is what I have. There it is. So that is a 32.
Yeah, that's good enough. You're gonna stay on your feet. Kitty cat. I mean, yes.
And since I will try to I'm using my rapier to poke him. Oh, I should probably, since I said I sneak up, give you a stealth roll as well. There it is.
It's not a poke that would have given you any points in fencing class, but you do manage to hit him.
Alright then, since it was my rapier I used, please give me a DC 19 fortitude.
He is not having a good time.
Alright, since he was poisoned before, he will advance to the next stage of that first person poison,
Yep.
which was a centipede venom.
That's going to be 2d6 poison damage from you, in addition to all your other damage.
Here comes that, and stage 2 is 1d8 and flat-footed actually.
Ah, well, he's flat-footed. You did 8, so we're not going to re-roll it, but he is flat-footed.
Perfect.
Kind of stumbling around, feeling very poisoned. And you might want to do your,
Yep,
rapier and sneak attack damage.
Here it comes.
That's another 21.
I want to enfeeble him as a free action, since it was a flat-footed enemy.
Very well.
And I am going to jump back over, going backwards.
That's going to be another athletics check.
With pleasure. Hit and run.
You got to roll a 1 at some point. There we are.
A 30.
Right. This Yeti is very unhappy with you, for sure. The worm kind of explodes out of the water. It's going to place itself here. See? It's going to place itself there. And I am going to need a DC 29 reflex save from Falco, Edamir, and Estrella, as it breathes razor-sharp ice at them.
Ouch.
Oh dear. So... Estrella and Edamir take 30 damage, 15 ice, 15 slashing, and Falco takes 8 slashing, 7 ice damage. The Yetis are severely pissed off, so they're going to be following Estrella over that ice flow. If I could get to measure range, what is that range? I can't see it again because Fancy Grounds is being a dingus.
35.
Ah, perfect. That's what I was looking for. So the Yeti that she poisoned is going to run after Estrella. And it is going to try to claw her.
Well, nimble dodge.
And she nimbly dodges away. It's going to try to claw her again. Nope. And ends up prone in front of her. The other one is going to run up and try to claw Estrella. And going to try to claw Estrella again. Nope. They are not having much luck. Estrella is just too nimble, kind of constantly slipping away from their attacks. How far is this? 45. Now I can see it. So that's a double move, and it is going to try to claw Edamir. Because these things are made for hunting in snow, and it can actually see the tiny Arctic fox sitting there casting spells. Can see him, but can it hit him? It can. So it slashes Edamir for 14 damage.
I had also cast Glass Shield.
Yes. What's that button do?
Hardness is 7, 16 hit points.
Well, in that case, it's still got 2 hit points left, but it is definitely almost entirely cracked. Actually, hardness 7. It's got 8 hit points left. My bad. And it's not entirely cracked. And this one is going to move down here and try to slash Zara with its claw. And that's a big old miss. Zara's too slippery for this sucker. The winter hag goes, I'm burning! Oh, what a world, what a world! And then she places a cone of cold straight at the base of her feet. So I'm going to need a...
I am going to attack of opportunity her
For what?
for casting a spell.
Well, feel free. But also give me a DC 25 reflex. That is a hit and a success, a critical success, actually, for both of you. So nobody takes any damage, but she's no longer on fire.
For the moment.
And that triggers her fire weakness.
Gotcha. Doop, 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 boop, boop, boop. And then she looks at Zara and goes, oh, you naughty, naughty girl. And I'm going to need a DC 25. What is the save on this thing? Gotta read the entire spell, Shoggoth. Gotta read the entire spell. Will from Zara. Oh dear. Zara feels herself stiffening up, and she is paralyzed for 1 round. Takes us to this acts on Preacher's on Eodi's initiative. Takes us to Preacher.
Okay. Well, I have my inner fire going, so she's about to get some fire damage from me. Sorry. Flurry of blows with a key point as well.
Gotcha.
So first off, normal attack, and then we're going to go for a combat grab.
Very well. And that is a hit and a crit.
She takes 3 fire damage from being in contact with me. That's only the one first only time one in the round.
Mm-hmm.
Rolling the normal one. That's a +5 from Marisol's hit on sniper.
Yep.
As an additional 2d6 from the key. Coming in here.
There we are. And she disappears in just like a snowman flying away on the wind. Ah! I'll get you yet.
Damn it. Okay. In that case, I turn towards the air thing next to me and deliver the remaining 2 actions. Attack.
Gotcha. Well, that's a critical.
Okay. Do you mind rolling that?
Right. You got
Wing clipped.
your wing clipped issue. So that is the sparking embers or the powerful fist.
Sparking embers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got the additional key force.
Well, that's a good solid 62 points of damage. This
How
thing
many
was,
dice did you roll? Just so I know.
you can figure that out. But Preacher
figure it
turns around, punches the smoke elemental, and it just dissipates. There's
Okay.
just the soot left on his fist.
Final action. Can I stand next to Zara?
No, you can't.
Okay,
Not going to
then
be room for that.
I'll take out the turn so I can approach the Yeti from that side. And so across
Right.
the river and then straight up. So hopefully don't get an attack opportunity.
There we are. And give us a DC 20 athletics to stay on your feet as you land.
Okay.
No, you got
I
your
do.
crampons. So
Yes.
Crunch, you're ready for this.
Yes, I
Crampons
have studied
bite into the ice.
balance.
That was Sora. She is paralyzed. Ioti,
I do get to act while I'm paralyzed.
do you? Well then,
I can
that
make
is Sora.
recall knowledge checks,
Oh, yes, you can.
which my thaumaturge thing is that, so I'm going to do a recall knowledge on the Yeti behind me.
Okay then, fair enough. Why not?
He's next. He just doesn't know it.
Yeti actually both extremely rare to the point where they're almost seen as a myth, and actually normally protectors of nature and wild places. Don't really hunt people or work with hags regularly, but that would explain why these things are so starved and obviously tortured. Almost invisible in the snow. If you were in the mountains and these things were acting on their own, you probably wouldn't even have known they were attacking you before something smacked you out of the snow. Immune to cold, weak to fire. They are known to be terrifying enemies if somebody tries to defile their hidden spaces, but seems like these four met a bad fate having to end up working for the hags. And that's about it. Takes us to
Then-
you. Yep.
That's my turn.
That's your turn. Yep. You're like, Yeti shouldn't be here. Takes us to Yodi.
So I gotta do an action to sustain the Drake,
Very well.
and I will move over to here.
Every day I'm shuffling. Shuffles up.
And I'll pull out my wand of continual missiles for next turn.
Gotcha. And the Drake.
The
Also
Drake's
controlled by you on your turn.
The Drake's gonna fly at the closest Yeti, the one next to Estrella.
All right. It's got reach, so it's just going to move up here-ish.
Then I'll use Draconic Frenzy, which gives it 2 Fang Strikes and 1 Tail Strike in any order.
Oh, wow.
These are plus 14s to hit.
Gotcha. So that's a
we'll
miss.
We'll just go Fang, Fang, Tail.
That is a miss. That is a critical with the tail.
And the tail is 2d6 plus 5 bludgeoning.
Man, never buying this brand of dip again. It is runny.
So 22 damage.
22 damage to that Yeti. It is now definitely not feeling great. Wait, hold on. Hold on a doggone minute. Hold on a doggone minute. This thing was actually, the first one's also hit because this thing was prone.
Alright, so that would be 2d8 plus 5 plus 1d6 fire.
Ooh. Yeah, you can see the Yeti severely injured by the fire. Definitely not good for them to get burned.
And
Which
that would be
is
his turn.
Bonsoir, Edamir.
Okay, I will move there.
Mm-hmm. Gonna have to move you one more or half a square down because you're
I'm
inside the
tiny.
Yeti.
Yep, I'm tiny.
True, you are tiny.
And I cast life draining roots on straight line through those guys.
Oh my.
And I will cast it at level 5. So thorny roots erupt from your hands and tangle cascade, puncturing creatures in a way that the growth revitalizes me. 10d6 piercing damage.
Oh my. Is there a save or do you need to roll to hit?
Basic reflex.
Basic reflex. DC 20 what?
Check.
Should be at 29, right?
Yep, 29.
Right. So the Yeti that the Flame Drake's fighting, it just gets torn to shreds by those things. And so do the other two, because somebody rolled some crit fails on their saves. So all those Yetis are dead.
And I gain temporary hit points for everyone that I hit.
They just done went and got nature's wrath out of there. And 4 temporary hit points for you.
Falco will. Yeah, he'll eat an attack of opportunity if the elemental has it.
Right. Where's he going?
He will use his special circle and flyby. So he's gonna move 25, strike 2 times, move 25 back to where he was.
Okay. Well, strike 2 times. Boom, 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 boom. That is 1 hit. Yep, this thing has been bonked slightly.
And that'll be my turn.
Gotcha. Meaning it is now Magnus's turn.
Okay. Magnus will run past the worm. That's supposed to be 2 moves.
Very well.
And then it's Grieving Blade time.
Pulls out his saber, smacks the thing in the butt with the flat of the blade, and nothing really happens. Takes us all the way around to my door.
Right, I'm activating my slippers. And I'm heading toward the ice worm.
Right.
Right there. When I stop, it's thunderous blast, 2d6 bludgeon damage, and 2d6 sonic damage with a DC 25 basic fortitude save. If it's a crit fail, he's knocked down.
Fortitude. Well, this thing has got pretty solid fortitude, so it is not knocked down. Roll your damage, sir.
It's the bludgeon, sonic, and I'm going to swing.
Yeah. He's it's definitely surprised as you come thundering in on some very, very thundery slippers. Going kaboom. Maybe even kablooey. Who knows? That's a hit.
Not a crit, right?
Not a crit, but a hit. Your damage dice are on fire today, I'm noticing. But you do smack it. And see some... It almost looks like... what do you call it? Like, in English, the fluid you have in your car for things not to freeze. Antifreeze.
Antifreeze.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the most counterintuitive thing ever to try to remember. Almost looks like antifreeze flowing from his veins. Let's see, and that was 2 actions, I believe.
And I'll swing one more time.
And that one skitters off. The scales on this thing are very hard. Marisol.
Yeah. Out of my sleeve comes the Royal Slug Rifle, and I'm going to place 2 slugs into that ice worm. Is my
Gotcha.
plan, at least.
That's the plan of attack. Let's see, what's the range on this thing from you? It's large, so you're going to be able to hit it pretty reliably, even with the snowstorm.
And also ignoring cover.
Yeah, there's a difference between shooting at a dude and shooting at a Humvee. One of them's a lot easier to see in the snow.
Yeah.
That skitters off. Pa-ching!
Oh, wow. I'm
And so does
rolling
that one.
super. 6 is actually the highest I've rolled today, just for the record.
You're having a day for sure. And that takes us to Estrella.
Mm-hmm.
I always want to go the Rihanna, Estrella, Ella, A. But
I'm going to sneak up to this enemy, and as long as I do not crit fail, I actually succeed because I have the savage sneak.
right. Yeah, you sneak up to it, but this thing is eminently aware of where you are, you notice. You don't know how, but it knows you're there.
All right, but during my sneak, I want to change to my dagger.
Mhm.
To the piranha kiss. I'm going to hit.
Well, that's a critical.
There we go. That's that damage, and then we have the sneak damage.
Mhm. Mhm, plus, that's a very good stab. You get in and you kind of drag the piranha's kiss almost a foot down its flank, opening a huge gash in its side.
That is good that you say that, because I'm going to twist the knife with my the last action. Yeah.
Yeah, and to your annoyance, the gash immediately freezes over, and it doesn't look like it's bleeding.
All right. From the damage I just did, it is 7 acid damage.
7 acid as well.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. That actually seems to bother it. It screams in pain, and it is going to try to bite Estrella.
Nimble dodge.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, Estrella dodges a couple of feet back very quickly, but this is like 30 feet of ice snake, so it doesn't really care about 5 feet come or go. And bites Estrella brutally over the shoulder for 44 piercing. And then it's going to try with the tail.
Liberating step.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
That
you.
is how much damage less? And Estrella can move 10 feet, is it?
Yep, I believe so.
Well,
Yep.
I'm definitely moving towards the fox.
Guess what's cold blue and has 15 feet of reach. So that is going to be 23 slashing damage to Estrella and 6 persistent cold damage.
All right.
And now that that's out of the way, it is going to spit an ice shard at Estrella because Plane doesn't like her very much. Minus 10. That is still a hit. And the ice shard hits Estrella for 17 piercing damage.
Yep, down.
I will use my Mutter's intervention. So, what was the extra damage
That would be
from 1 hit point?
11. 11 was over.
Yep, that takes us to the Yeti. That it kind of gives Preacher sort of a shit-eating grin as it just reaches its arm out and pushes the paralyzed Zara into the frozen waters. And you can see her
I'm
going.
only flat-footed.
You are immobilized with paralyze until your turn. Sucks, doesn't it? And then it's going to try to smack Preacher. And it does not.
Hmm.
And that takes us over to... Oh, she's dead. Would have been the Winter Hag. It's not the Flame Drake. It is Preacher.
Well, I'm gonna make him eat that shit-eating green then. Flare blows with the combat grab.
Flurry of blows with the combat grab. Gotcha. That is a hit and a... That's 2 criticals, actually.
Oh lord. Would you mind? That's also 3 damage from the fire that I give for initial strike.
Come again?
Would you mind rolling that for me?
Oh, yeah, the criticals. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotta go into Preacher's character sheet. That's the flurry, is it?
Ember. Yes, Sparking Embers.
Sparking Embers. Thank you. Well, you're hitting him for a metric ton of damage. That's 100 before anything else. That Yeti is exceedingly dead.
Okay, then I spend my remaining 2 actions to run up and dive in after the sinking friend.
Well, you're fast enough to move up with one move and kind of grab her out of the water because she hasn't had many seconds to disappear anywhere.
Strange fish.
And Sarah's now back on land. Slightly chilled, but back on land.
Oh, that was terrible. I hate hags.
Me too.
Let's see here. Zara's going to pull a wand out of her pocket, point it at the serpent, and let loose an acid arrow.
Gotcha. Yeah. Acid arrow. I'm assuming you have full control of what caster level that is at. 25 though, it hits it, but the scales are so hard and so it's like an ice flow that's formed. They're so concave and curved that it just skitters off, hits the top of Magnus's helmet, and disappears off into the ice. And I believe that leaves Sora with 2 actions.
It is 2 actions to cast a spell.
With the wand as well. Copy that. Up to the fire. The fire feels very nice after having had your little dip. That's for certain.
And that'll be my turn.
Fire actually feels surprisingly nice. The rest of you can see steam kind of foofing out of Zara as if she was at a dry cleaners. And it takes only a second or 2 before the magical fire has completely dried her out. Yodi.
Okay. I'll use my action to sustain the drake still. I will move over here to this wall. And that'll be it for me.
Okay, and the Drake.
The Drake's gonna fly down to the other dragon worm guy down there.
Yep.
And he'll do the Draconic Frenzy again for 2 fangs and a tail. And I'll do it in the same order.
Gotcha.
Just easier
Oh,
that way.
he's large, so he can be there. That is a miss. That is a miss. And that is a miss. Yeah. He flails at it, but this thing is tough.
And that'll be my turn.
Yep. It is then El Edamir. El Edamiro. Or
I
made out of
will.
lights, Ledamir.
I will cast a level 4 heal on Estrella.
Thank you.
Yeah, she got that Drake good, but that Drake definitely got her back. Or the ice worm, to be more correct.
Hit myself with the glass shield, and I will do circling flyby on Falco.
Same 25-25 2 attacks, Delio.
Yep.
Gotcha. That is it. And 2 hits. He's gusting around, actually injuring this thing. Just high wind speeds, pulling scales and pieces of flesh off of it.
Elemental versus elemental, go!
That takes us to Magnus. Speaking of doing it from behind.
Yeah. Speaking of doing it from behind, Magnus attacks with the Grieving Blade.
Gotcha. You are going to get flanking now. That is still a miss because you rolled a 3.
Okay, I'll try again.
Lord Almighty.
Wow.
Give me a DC 15 athletics.
Wow.
Magnus slips on his feet, runs like a cartoon character on the ice, and you can hear him going like woo as he slips and slides straight out into the water and goes whoosh, disappears under in his heavy plate armor. Impressive.
Yeah, really impressive.
Didn't see that coming today.
Can I use my last action to get back on land?
What last action?
I took 2 actions.
Two once in a row, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that takes us to Mador.
Switching to my flaming spear
Ooh, good choice.
and shield. I'm gonna try and stick the worm.
Stick of the worm. You no longer have flanking, so that actually glides off of its scales. If somebody hadn't yeeted themselves into the water, that would have definitely hit. And the second one as well slides off the scales. And so does the third one. A very furious attack, but not too much effect. Marisol.
Yeah, so I'm going to try shooting it again. Have 4 again! That's the 7th 4 I rolled this session. That's a 19, though.
And that is a hit.
And I am on fire with the damage as well.
Yes, you are just... All of you have just straight up been impressive with... Well, not all of you. When Preacher hits something, he hits it for like 500 damage, but the rest of you have been pretty unlucky. Well, you see cracks forming in its scales. It's definitely injured. And that takes us to Estrella.
Yeah. I am going to drink elixir of life. Oh, if it will display. Oops. Oh, of course, that shows. Let me try that again. There we go.
16 more hit points back to Estrella.
And even though I am already cold, there was just a man in heavy plate armor going into the water. So she is going to, dive after him to help pull him back up.
Okay. So that is 20 to get there, and her swim speed is going to be equal to her move speed. You can see him on the bottom, maybe 60 foot down. Water is very, very clear and clean. You can see far under here. There's also piles of bones under this entire thing, except for around the door where it's been cleared out.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull him back up.
Well, first you're going to have to swim down to him.
Oh, yeah. That would be athletics, I assume.
So let's see, Fabi, you got 50 feet down in during this turn. What a good athletics roll. There we are. So you're about 10 feet above him when your turn ends. The ice worm, of course, now deprived of its targets and real angry, is going to be attacking Falco, actually. Falco's the one that's been doing damage to it. Falco, what is your armor class? Tell me. Falco dodges the jaws, dodges the tail, and this thing is prone for the rest of the turn. Wonderful.
Question: the persistent cold damage I have.
Yeah, that would be 6 cold damage to you as well.
I thought
Thank
that
you.
was right.
Being under frozen water is definitely not helping with that. That takes us to Preacher. Mr. Preacher, do. It is your turn.
I was muted. I had to
There we are.
do some alterations. I'm gonna try and run across to the log over there because I hope that is going to provide a good anchor point for a rope.
Right. Running over that log is definitely going to provide a good anchor point for the rope because it's half of it is frozen solid into the ice.
Yep. I take out a rope and tie it down.
Right.
And if I have any actions left, I'm going to try and dive in after.
Nah, you're going to be out of actions after that.
Okay.
Preacher's a lot of things, but a world champion speed knot tire is not one of them. So that takes us to Zara.
Zara is going to spend a movement to get over here, going around the fire.
Right. That fire is definitely magical. You can feel like that fire is almost like being in a desert when you're close to it.
Good to note. I am also going to make an esoteric lore on the ice worm.
Got you. Resembling wingless serpentine dragons formed of jagged ice and shot through with veins of nearly frozen water or antifreeze. These elementals dwell within icebergs and enjoy striking out at passing ships or creatures. especially common in frigid stretches of ocean and the plane of water, where icebergs cluster together into enormous lands of ice. So, this is a cold water elemental, immune to bleed, cold, paralyzed, poison, and sleep, weak to fire, has a nasty tendency to explode when it dies, injuring anybody close to it. Can breed freezing shards of razor-sharp ice, and can burrow through ice and snow very fast. So, in addition to swimming, it could have also just been burrowing about under the snow. But it is very weak to fire. You do notice that.
Okay. My attacks will trigger its fire weakness, and I am going to shout, "It will explode when we slay it," and then I'm going to attempt to slay it.
Gotcha. That is a hit, because it is prone, and it also is a good roll. And Zara does slay it, which means she, Mador, and Falco get the joy of doing a DC 27 reflex. So, 25 cold damage on a failed, and 12 cold damage on a success. And Falco's got a crit success, so he doesn't get injured at all. And it has exploded. It is now dead.
Is 19. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. It is dead. Estrella, as he swims down to Magnus, who's kind of standing there, twiddling his thumbs in that heavy plate armor, you can see there's a locked door in front of him at the bottom of the, the lake where he is.
I will still first try to get us both out of the water, and when she's out of the water, she's telling the others, there is a closed door on the bottom.
Oh no, we are doing this in turn still, because Magnus could very well drown, and there is no way in hell Estrella, without any magic items, is going to be able to haul his full-plated ass 60 feet up within the next couple of turns. Which takes us to Iodi.
Oh. Well, I'm going to dismiss the Drake, because I don't want to sustain him anymore.
Yeah. He screams triumphantly, of course taking all the credit with his dragon buddies when he comes home for slaying the ice worm.
And I'll do 2 moves to get over there by Preacher.
Yep, shuffling down. You can see he's fastened the rope and he's got some sort of plan. But before him, it's Edamir.
I will. Do I see any large, rocks? Well, there is the log. But I ain't strong.
Nope. You could have gone stealth polar bear build, but you didn't.
I'll move there. I will ask Yodi for the bottle of air and start tying it to this log. And ask Preacher to help push the log over to where it would fall where Magnus fell in.
Right, so you now tied the bottle of water of air if Iodi is willing to give it to you, which is going to be up to him. Yeah, so you tied it to the log that Magnus has fastened.
Or actually, not the log. I'll get one of the rocks from the fire.
Right. Yeah, the fire, it's horrid getting that close to the fire. So warm and humid. It's terrible.
Ugh.
That takes us to Magnus, who currently has 7 rounds of air left before drowning.
Okay. Magnus is going to start looking to get out of his armor. Practicality being better than sentimentality. So he looks at Estrella and points up to the surface after pointing at the door, and then starts trying to get out of his armor.
Right. So your armor's not enchanted and not very special, so it's going to take you 1 minute or 10 turns to get out of full plate armor.
Okay, that's too long. Okay, instead of trying to struggle out of the armor underwater, I'm going to try and walk across the bed towards Preacher.
Preacher's still up on top. You can see him up there. Water's very clear.
Yep, I'm just going to try and struggle in his direction.
Right. So that means you are taking an action, meaning you burn 2 turns of air, so you have 5 turns left.
Okay.
That takes us to Mador.
All right. See a lot of people down there, so I'm just going to be in the way. I'm just going to keep a lookout for any other possible surprises.
Right. So I guess you got the crossbow out, cock it, and...
Yep.
Very well. Marisol.
I have the same idea as Mador. So I will be moving and reloading my slug thrower and stand back to back with Mador so I can be ready the other way.
Gotcha. Okay. That takes us to Estrella. She's been under for 1 turn now and did an action. So that means she's got 7 turns of air left, but she also took the persistent cold damage, so that's 6 turns of air
Yep.
left for Estrella.
And seeing as the cold is draining on her, she is going to, although she doesn't like it, follow Magnus's signals and dive back up,
Right.
get out of the water.
So that is going to be an athletics check.
Yep, coming.
35. Okay. Yeah, she does manage to breach the water. It takes her 3 actions, but she gets up and she's now next to the ice floe.
And she shouts, "There's a door down there."
Right. And that's going to be 6 more persistent cold damage to Estrella.
Yep.
And it is now Preacher's turn. He's put on his red trunks.
Yep. 1 action to put on the underwater helmet, and then I dive in after Magnus.
Are you taking the rock with the bottle?
Yep.
Also, Sarah wanted to chime in with something I saw.
Yeah, Estrella's at the end of her turn after she takes her persistent damage is supposed to roll the 15 DC flat check to stop taking the damage.
Yeah, and she'd stop taking persistent cold damage and get a roll for it if she wasn't in freezing water. But thank you for that. That takes us to Zara, by the way. Now, Preacher. He jumps in. Preacher just whoop. Sinks like the rock he is, although he does have his diving helmet on.
Which means I have normal swim speed, meaning 50 feet.
Yeah.
Turn.
Oh, wow. You really are the lifeguard of the party. Yeah, that's that's 2 moves, actually, to get down. He's 60 foot down.
Okay. Well, at the last, I basically hold out the rock to him with the bottle, hoping he understands and can grab it on his turn.
Right. Zara.
Zara's gonna sit her cold, miserable self next to the fire.
Yep. Warms up instantly. Feels great. Yodi.
I can do nothing for the man at the bottom of the lake, so I too will go sit by the fire.
I see some pragmaticism coming out here, and I like it. Why be cold and miserable when you can be warm and miserable? Speaking of warm and miserable, it is Edemir's turn.
Yeah, to not be warm and miserable, I'm gonna go, mouse dive into the snow.
Some people like vanilla, some people like cocoa. So Edemir gets himself up in the snow. If the game will let me, there we are.
Just because I want to see what happens, because I'm curious. I'm going to see what happens when my air elemental goes underwater?
That is a good question. There's a lot of bubbling from under the lake currently.
And that'll be my turn.
Right, Magnus.
Well, Magnus doesn't understand what the bottle is for, but he's going to reach for it because it's clearly important.
Right. So he's now holding a bottle underwater. Well,
Just bring it close to his lips and uncork it, I guess.
right. Well, that fills up Magnus's ear, so he's back to 8 turns underwater. -1 for this turn.
Can he see any way to get up in his armor? Is it just too damn heavy?
Well, I mean, he could try to climb the rope. I'm gonna say that's gonna be a DC 15 athletics actually, because
Okay, we'll give it
his
a go.
armor doesn't weigh as much underwater. Well, he climbs about 40 feet, so only 20 more until he reaches the surface.
He nods at Preacher on his way up.
Yep, I'm assuming Mador is still just standing watch.
Nope.
Nope.
Do I see Estrella at the edge?
Yep,
I'm going to head down and help her up out of the water.
you're actually a bit uncertain whether it's Estrella or Sara, because Estrella is starting to have the same skin color as Sara.
Yeah. Well, I can see Zara by the fire, so
Yeah, that's one turn to move down, one to hoist Estrella out.
yeah,
Mador
I'll
is more
grab
than
her
strong
and
enough
hoist
to
her
do that.
up on the ice floe.
Yeah.
And then
She-
I'll go back to throw my cloak around her, and that's my move.
Gotcha. Marisol,
Standing watch.
standing watch. Perfect. Estrella.
Yep. She nods to Mador, her teeth shivering too much to speak right now, and moves over to the fire.
Yeah, instantly feels better. No more persistent cold damage, and only takes a couple of seconds for her clothes to dry out.
And she repeats to the others, there was a closed door at the bottom of the lake.
Right. Preacher.
Well, I want to swim up to Magnus, grab him, activate weightlifter's belt, pull him out of the rest of the way, and deposit him next to the fire, if possible, in one turn.
Right. Give me an athletics test. Yeah, so exploding out of the water like a dolphin, Preacher comes flying up with Magnus and deposits him on the log next to Estrella.
Heroic pose.
Yep. Proper David Hasselhoff pose.
Thank you, Preacher. Did you tell him about the locked door?
What door?
The bottom of the lake. There's a locked door.
It only takes Magnus also a couple of seconds to just warm up. Looking at it, this fire definitely some sort of magic, and definitely not hag magic. Not entirely certain who built it, but those of you of a military bent, this fire just looks too nicely built for it to have been built by anybody not having a sergeant staring at them while they were doing it. And on that note, we've been on for 2 minutes, for 2 hours, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, or a 13-minute break actually, for popcorn, coffee, bios, doggy walks, and anything else that needs to happen. It's 8:17 p.m. We'll be back at 8:30.
into with.
There we are. Welcome back, everybody. Right, so you've had yourselves a couple of minutes of rest around the campfire. Anybody not around the campfire for a couple of minutes?
Me.
I'm not.
I'm there.
Okay, so everybody that's sat at the campfire for 5 minutes, you have been healed for 40 hit points.
Oh.
This thing is very invigorating. It's a nice campfire.
Can
While
we
we're
bring it with
sitting-
us?
I'm more interested in finding out who built it, and if they're still around, can they teach me how?
Well, there is a locked door at the bottom of this sea, or this lake, I mean. So, who knows what we find behind that? Should we try to get it open?
Before we do that, I mean, let's look around up here. What's next to us? Is there a building next to us?
There's the tent that the hag came out of.
And those cottages over there. Another thing, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting tired.
Don't think we can really sleep here, and I wouldn't want to sleep here. There's hags everywhere.
We will have to rest at some point, and at least this campfire seems to help us quite a lot. So when we place some guards, we should be able to have at least a few hours of rest. We should definitely check out our the area around here to make sure there are no more threats. That includes pointing to the door.
Zara would like to walk the perimeter of the room and inspect the walls.
Yeah.
I will go with Zara.
Give us a lore check. Well, Modore's doing push-ups real good. I'm not entirely certain. Oh, yeah, the jump. Yeah. So Modore's heading over to check the buildings. Zara's walking around. Again, these walls, they're from the Second Empire, but you've never heard or seen of anything like it. Mador finds some interesting items in the buildings. There's also bones everywhere. It looks like the winter hag's been keeping people alive in the buildings, sort of like a pantry. But there's nobody alive there right now. Preacher as well finds items in the tent. All magical items have already been shuffled over to Iodi, so he'll identify them at his leisure.
Mm.
Zara's walked about 60 meters of wall when the campfire goes out, and you hear a voice go, rest period has been exceeded. All aspirants will be deducted 5 points from their total score.
What?
What?
I don't know. What the hell did that voice come from?
I'm not sure, but it sounds like this room is for some kind of test.
All these environments.
Yeah, I mean, these
Training. This
Yeah.
looks like a soldier's fire.
Also, these hacks didn't die when we killed them; they disappeared. What if all of this is, I don't know, just an illusion?
Well, with the campfire down, you can definitely notice that the room has dropped to roughly minus 13 Fahrenheit in temperature.
We should probably get out of here quickly.
Yeah.
Aye.
So just ignoring the door down there. All right.
The door might be our only way out.
Yeah, if it's the only way out, we should need to get there and quick.
All right. And Estrella is just actually the first one in to dive down and open that door.
Not yet. We still haven't found out if there's any other doors.
Well, that's up to you what you're going to do.
Well,
The
she's-
snowdrift is
gonna-
also starting to worsen.
I'm
We
gonna
don't-
stand and look down at Estrella underwater while slightly freezing. I have put on my winter clothes, but those are not meant for this kind of weather. They are meant for, minus 10 Celsius.
There's my athletics to dive down.
Yep.
Okay. I'll go after her and help.
Thank you, Preacher.
Do you
I'll
want a
join you,
second
but
one? Because since I can't probably reach it in one turn.
Yep. Give me another one.
Yes.
You don't really have any special swimming
No, it's not yet.
ability, and unlike most others, Estrella is actually kind of buoyant, so she has to work a bit to get down. Unlike Preacher, who can just step in and go, "Well, I'm made out of terracotta." Rip.
hmm
Magnus, do you still have that endless bottle of air?
I kept hold of
33.
it.
33 to get it open.
Yep. The lock clicks. Estrella goes flat on her face as suddenly, in about a 10-foot area outside of the door, the water disappears and a bubble opens up.
Well,
Yeah.
she stands up and waves up to the others.
Yeah, all right. This is the weirdest thing ever.
Zara, are we gonna finish running around this perimeter?
Oops.
I mean, with me carrying you, we can do it really quickly.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, you don't spend a lot of time finding out that there are no doors here. There's a lot of magic like inscribed in these walls, but it's not magic like anything you've seen. It's got to be something from the Second Empire that's just been lost to time. Because even your ancestors are going like, never heard of this.
Well, I guess down we go.
Where in the where? What in the where? Who in the what now?
Down we go to the door.
Right.
Yeah, I rolled a 34 athletics to get down there.
Yeah, you all are sinking is no problem for you. Swimming to get up would have been worth rolling for, but getting down there isn't really something any of you ever have any issue with.
Does anybody want the bottle of air before we go down?
I'm already halfway there.
I'd
will
give it
place
back to Yodi.
Yeah, Iodi will place it back on his satchel.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Right, so you find yourself standing in maybe a 30-foot hallway. You can see the bubble of water behind you, and the hallway itself is pretty cold and damp, but it's up in the 30-40s Fahrenheit maybe. And there's another locked door up front.
We'll wait for the others here, right? Shivering.
And do we have any healing potions left? Or she looks at the fox. Can I pet you?
Yep, you can go ahead and pet me.
We'll do so. Oh, a lot better. Thank you, Ed.
When we get down into the air bubble, Iodi's just going to start prestidigitating everybody dry.
Thank you, Master Iodi.
While
God,
he's doing that, I'm just gonna shake the water back onto everybody from me.
Handing
Fortunately, it's not that much.
Tiny fox.
handing back Mador his cloak.
Thank you, Master Yodi. The horde grows, and he tosses him a gold coin.
You're no good to me, sick.
Nor are you.
All right, are we everyone down here now?
We should probably close this door before opening the other door like a bulkhead.
I agree.
You want me to lock it again, or do you just want to close it normally?
I have a suspicion that when we close the door, it will lock itself.
Could be.
Well, at least close it.
Estrella closes the door.
Right. Well, the moment Estrella closes the other door clicks open and the tunnel floods with water.
Let's get out of here.
I'm not certain you're in any position to be talking, but yes.
As the water flows, I will yell it before diving. Probably.
Fair enough. Well, it's not a difficult swim. We're not going to spend a lot of time rolling on it, but you do get up on the shore of of some sort of forest, sputtering and coughing. But at least this one's got a fairly pleasant climate, like if you were in late fall in southern Golden Glens.
So, what are we going to encounter this time?
Well, first we should be dried again, please, Master Yodi.
Yeah, do the thing.
Yeah, the moment Iodi casts a spell and dries everybody off, you can see dozens and dozens of tiny fairies, maybe 4 or 5 inches tall, alight from the tree branches around you, dressed in like dirty old faded wife beaters and ripped ballet dancer clothing, and they all scream as they alight from the branches. Give us your teeth! Seems to be a bunch of deranged tooth fairies.
What the?
You took the words out of my mouth.
I take it those are swarms, since they're so big.
That would be correct, sir. And it is Master Iodi's turn.
Okay. I'm gonna shuffle up there, and I will Cone of Cold in the general direction of the screaming hordes.
Very well. You'll be able to get both of them with the Cone of Cold.
It's a 27 reflex save.
Right. Well, Iodi just shuffles up, stares at the probably 200 odd tooth fairies that are screaming towards him, shouting that they want his teeth. And then he freezes both of the packs completely solid. There's just like the tinkling sound of almost like glass breaking as hundreds of frozen tooth fairies hit the ground.
Well, that was strange.
Right. You can hear something huge rumbling in the forest, heading your way. It is now Edamir's turn.
We'll send Falco over here to see if he can spot whatever it is. He has dark vision.
Give us just a moment. I gotta find the correct picture here. Rumbling through the forest, heading your way, Falco can see an enormous spider.
Neat. And I will bring Falco back, and I'll move back.
Right. that was Edamir. Saw a huge spider, decided to be somewhere else. It is now Medor's turn.
Can I see the spider?
Not yet, but you can sure hear it.
I am gonna move off to the side about here, and
that will put you in the water if you go there.
It's water. Okay, sorry.
It's a bit difficult to see on this
Right to
map.
the edge of the water.
There we are. Yep.
And keep an eye out. When I see it, I'm going to let fly a bolt.
Gotcha. So you're ready to shoot. Magnus, what are you going to do?
Okay, Magnus is going to move 25 feet here.
Yep.
Okay, and he's gonna hold his action against the Goliath spider moving any closer.
Gotcha. And that takes us to this bro. Let me have a look at this thing. Just gotta check the range on something real quick, like.
Could I get the map again, please? For some reason, it didn't open for me.
Yep. Just gonna check the range on something. Nothing scary. Where would he want to be? Oh yeah, this is good. So everybody except Magnus can give me a what is this? DC 24 reflex save. So that's a fair bit of. DC 24, you all know if you succeeded critically or if you failed. On a critical success, you don't take any damage. On a failed save, you take 42 cold damage. And on a successful save, but without any special modifiers, you take 21 cold damage. As on top of the rocks in the middle of the lake. Out of nowhere. Son of a biscuit. A huge creature pops out of nothingness and screams, "Stay away from my wives!"
What was that damage again?
Let's see. That would be 21 to you, sir.
And
Nope.
fail.
You have a critical success. That's nothing.
Okay. What was the fail for Falco?
Falco, that is 42 cold damage.
Is this an arcane effect?
Yes, it is.
Then I take no damage.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Did I get a critical save too?
Yeah, let's have a
17.
look. You 35 total? Yes, you did. So no damage for you.
Thank you.
That was him. Now it's Estrella.
Mm-hmm. So he is in a lake again, right? Is there
He's standing on rocks out in the
standing
lake.
on rocks? Okay. But running above the water is not really something sneaky, so I'm going to move towards here, and I want to hide.
Right.
Have to first assess the situation properly.
So Estrella sneaks over, jumps straight into a patch of some sort of bioluminescent weed, and she's now covered in some sort of glowy substance that just lights up where she is to everybody.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely trying to get rid of that stuff again for the rest of the turn.
Yep, starts going like, you! Right. The spider is going to actually charge Magnus, because he's closest. Boom, boom, boom. Maldor gets a shot. Let's see. Oof. But must be the crossbow string being wet, because that shot goes just ping, careens off of minus his shoulder plate and is stuck in the roof. And the spider is going to try to bite Minus. Boom, 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 boom. That is a hit. So that is going to be a DC 30 fortitude save for you, sir. In addition to 26 damage. Minus don't care. And then it is going to try to shoot web at his feet. But Minus does manage to just dodge that.
Okay. What was that damage? 26?
26 piercing damage, yes. And it is also out of reach, so you do not get your readied attack.
Ooh. Annoying.
Preacher, it is you, sir.
That thing out in the lake, standing on rocks. Is
Yep.
there enough rocks left for me to stand on?
If you see on the map, there are some rocks next to it, yes, on the far side of it from you.
Okay, so I'll try and do a... Is that a rock underneath that one?
Hard to say with the 40 over it. Yes, it is.
Then I want to move there.
Gotcha. Whoop. Preacher running on water again. He is going to eat an attack of opportunity from this guy as he runs through his threatened area. He sweeps his katana out. Magical blade that can cut straight through tank armor because it's been folded 10,000 times. And hits Preacher for 14 damage.
Oof. Do I still manage to make it to that space?
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have any feats to stop you moving. He just smacks you when you're running.
Okay. Pardon me while taking a moment to write in the damage.
That's fine. You're working one-handed. We'll give you twice the amount of time everybody else gets.
Then I'll start with my standard... no, I can't do it because that's a flourish, so... correct me if I'm wrong, Quinn, but I can't do a flurry of blows on a run like this.
During what? Streaking Flame?
No, I'm just moving the moment. Yes, I can do it. Okay.
Yes,
Flurry of
yes, you
blows
can.
on the guy.
Wow.
Second one is a combat grab.
Gotcha. That's a hit. And a miss.
Well, not going to grab him. Here's the damage on the first one, plus 3 for the inner fire.
Right. Gotcha.
Final hit.
Smack him a bit.
Gonna be a powerful fist. That's the right one. There we go.
That's a miss.
I'm done.
Yeah, and he kind of, you can, as Preacher hits him, he goes like, babe, this one's kind of got fire attacks. And it's Sarah's turn.
I don't have a token on the map.
Well, woo-wee. Might want to do something about that, Shoggoth. Why will, there we have a Zara. Un Zara. Did somebody just change the size of the Onidoshi?
Yeah, I
It
was
looked
trying to
like
zoom in, and I can adjust the size.
Okay, I wasn't aware players could do that, but yeah, well.
I was trying to look and see if there's more rocks in the water. I can't tell, so I'm just going to go whack this spider.
There are rocks there, and there's a very small one there, but there's a bigger one there. But you're going to go whack this, play whack a spider.
Yeah, you're saying there, and nothing was popping up on my screen as well. I am going to do an esoteric lore on the giant spider.
Right. Yeah, Goliath spiders dwell in the deepest jungles where they build webs as big as temples and feast on prey as large as hippopotami. Basically just huge and scary. This thing, you can see webs all over the ground, and you're aware that this thing will know where you are as long as you're in contact with a web, so trying to hide from it is going to be completely pointless. They are actually ambush predators. So the fact this thing didn't surprise you all, bit of a shock to you. It's got venom, pretty nasty venom as well, and has a tendency to kind of take webs and just tether people to the ground and then beat them to smithereens with strands of web as hard as steel cable. No particular weaknesses or strengths. It's a huge, gigantic, poisonous spider. Gargantuan, actually, is the size. It is big.
Excellent. Well, you know what they say about steel webs and whatnot, giant hammers or something.
Yes. Something giant hammers and steel beams. That is a hit. And I'm assuming you're just applying some sort of weakness to it.
Yeah, it is now weak. 5 points to me.
Yeah, weakness Zara. We all have that. She's very pretty.
And then wham.
And
That'll be
wham.
my 3 actions.
Gotcha. It is now Marisol's turn.
Yeah, so my spotter is standing over there with this huge honking red thing. So I'm gonna get in on that action, I think.
Boing. Actually, is it a boing? I thought you were shooting at a spider for a moment, and that would have been a hit anyway. Don't say things when you're drinking tea, Shoggoth. Your head's not there. That's a hit.
+4 from Preacher.
So 26. Yeah. He's been injured for sure. Ow, ouchies.
And a miss.
And a miss. Swing and a miss. That's a 1 on your initiative, in case you were wondering.
Whoop. Another one.
Sort of translucent dark tokens on this map. Where in the world are you? I have to replace it. Yeah, and there we go. On the shore, you hear a horrid creature that arrives, also just steps out of invisibility, screaming, "Stay away from my boyfriend, you clay bully!" And she is gonna cast spells at Preacher for sure. Oh boy. Oh no. Ah, thank God. I was scared there for a moment. She is, however, going to magic missile the shit out of Preacher. That is going to be... Preacher gets hit with 6 magic missiles.
Oh.
For a total of 14 damage. So that was somewhat anticlimactic.
What's the level of the spell?
She cast it at 5th level.
Okay, calculating.
No,
Proceed.
actually, that's going to be another 3 missiles.
Damn it.
That's going to be 25 damage total to Preacher, and that's force damage.
Okay. I'm gonna... okay.
And it is Yodi's turn.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to move to there. And I'm going to throw a lightning bolt straight through the spider towards that door over there.
Gotcha.
It's a 27 reflex.
27 reflex. Dang. That better be one dodgy spider. Right, so what happens on a crit fail on that? That would be double damage, wouldn't it?
I do believe so, yeah.
So Preacher fries the ever-loving shit out of that spider, hits it straight in the face, pops a couple of eyes. The lightning bolt hits the door, and you can see it gets diffused by sort of a glowing force field, and the hag goes, "Ah, that won't open until you've completed this room, and you never will. I will use your tail to stir my tea." Still a lot of damage to that spider. Speaking of tails, good for stirring tea, it is Edemir's turn.
Ah, yes. I will hit my guy with a heal animal focus spell. And I'll do circling flyby on the Oni.
I'm gonna assume that you can heal an elemental with the heal animal companion, because
Yes.
that's definitely gonna be the intent behind the spell. Circling flyby. That is a hit and a miss.
And I will hit myself with a glass shield, and that'll be my turn.
Right. That's Mador's turn.
Reload crossbow and shoot at the Oni.
Gotcha. Kadunk. It's a 12 gauge crossbow. But it bounces off of the Oni's shoulder plates.
And I'll be reloading again. It's my turn.
Gotcha. Minus.
Okay. Magnus takes a step up to that spider and attacks with the grieving blade.
$27. Smacks into the chitin of the spider, but doesn't actually penetrate to injure it.
Okay, he'll try again.
That's a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, this spider's, you can see it's bleeding from several places in its chitin, but it's still spry.
Okay.
That takes us to the Oni. He goes invisible. And you can see splish splashes of water moving in the eastern direction. Seems the preacher's not the only one that can run on water. And that's his turn. Estrella it is.
Did I get rid of that glowing stuff on me?
Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to do something I haven't done in quite a while, and that is going to mark the hag for death.
Ooh.
Which takes me 3 actions, so yeah.
Just going like, you and me, bitch!
I think I don't actually have to shout it.
No, it's just more fun if I think you do that. The giant spider, all prey is small, so it's not gonna, but it's gonna go for the largest piece of prey within its range, which is Magnus, who blocks the fangs with his shield. He's gonna try to web him again. And this time he is webbed. He's tethered, so he can't move more than 10 feet from where he is until he manages to break that thing. It's gonna try to bite him again. And this time, it definitely does. But it's not a critical, because Magnus is exceedingly tough to actually crit. Damn, that's an armor class on him. Another 26 points of piercing damage and a DC 30 fortitude.
Okay.
Again, he manages to just ward off, due to his intestinal fortitude, the effects of the poison. It is Preacher's turn.
Well, I am trying to establish whether I can use my arcane eye as basically a reaction or if it's a action to activate it.
Unless it's specified as a reaction, it's going to be an action. Let's
Did
have a
I
look.
see the water steps in which direction they went?
Yeah, you saw them go towards Marisol.
Well, my door is in the way there, so I'm gonna go for the hag. Hello. Well, as close as possible.
Yeah, that's a that's an easy run for Preacher. We'll move him just a tad down there.
And then we're gonna lay into her instead.
Gotcha.
If he runs, next best thing. Flare blows.
Gotcha. That is 2 hits.
Wonderful, thank you. And that's gonna be Spurs. With an additional 3 from my inner fire.
Yeah. Yeah, he wails on her good, but this hag is not like the green hags you've been beating up. She seems like she's pretty tough. She's corn fed.
The last one is going to be a combat grab with a powerful fist combination.
What she isn't, though, is very good at wrestling, so you do manage to grab her and punch her.
Add some more damage. And flat-footed.
Oh, and yeah, of course, because she's held. It is now Zara's turn.
Zara's going to make a duplicate of herself here. She's going to intensify the mirror vulnerability, giving her cover from the spider.
Oh.
And then she's going to try to bonk it with a hammer.
Gotcha. With flanking, that just about bounces off the chitin.
Just about means a miss?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. That'll be my 3 actions.
That takes us to Marisol.
Yeah, so the thing I was shooting at, I can't see it anymore, but my spotter is pounding something all the way over there, which is not so far away when you have a rifle. So I'm going to shoot at the hag.
All right. Marisol gets her gat, gets going. That's a hit.
Plus 12.
Jesus, that combo you two came up with. Yeah, she's definitely hit. So takes a lot of damage from that hit.
Yep.
And again.
That's another hit.
Also plus 12.
Yeah, and she goes, "Curse you! I'll get you yet!" And then disappears into just like fluttering shadows.
And then I want to move. And I'm guessing I'm going to bonk right directly into the Onidoshi because he's in the way.
All depends on where you're planning on going. So, yeah, you get to move here, and he takes an attack of opportunity. Your assumption was entirely correct. He was there.
I actually saw him on my map, but I couldn't play him there.
He is so thrilled to just chop Marisol's head off from stealth, and that he yeets his katana out into the water instead. So that was definitely something. But your move is interrupted.
Yeah.
Because, can't get past him. You don't have the size to just muscle past.
Nope.
It is now Eodi's turn.
All right. Well, I am going to do a little ray of frost at the big old spider.
The spider. Get it. Get her. That's a hit.
All the ones.
Well, it's still slightly frozen. Doesn't seem to be enjoying itself very much.
And then I will bravely move backwards over by Estrella.
Seems like that's a clever thing to do right about now.
That will be my turn.
Yep. You notice that Estrella actually looks really cool, having brushed off most of that bioluminescent gunk. She kind of looks like she was at a rave last night and went home with somebody and just now arrived in the clothing she wore last night. It is Edamir's turn.
Yep, and just so everybody knows, I retconned that heal animal since technically Elemental doesn't have the animal trait. And I'm going to 5-foot step back. Do a slashing gust on the Oni and the spider.
Gotcha. Sharp wind. It's kind of a fun thing.
So Oni and spider.
Misses the Oni. Misses the spider. Wow. It's not once, but it's the next best thing.
And then I'll have Falco do a circling flyby on the Oni.
Flippity flop. Get off my shop. Something like that. It's been a long day. Those are 2 hits on the Oni. Mm-hmm. The Oni's now starting to look pretty bloodied.
That will be my turn.
Right. Mador.
Calling forth the glaive, stepping to within striking distance, and swing.
Gotcha. Oh. Impressive. You guys, your dice are really on fire today. You just managed to dodge that one. Not the second one, though. That's a clean hit. And a clean hit with a lot of damage. That Oni is sort of shambling on his feet right now. He's not looking healthy. Magnus. You need to unmute yourself. There we are.
Magnus is going to hit at the spider with the grieving blade.
That is a miss.
Okay, he'll try again.
And another miss. Fantastic.
And the third time.
That's a hit. What do you know?
Yeah.
Throw enough mud at a wall, some of it's bound to stick. Yeah, the spider's it's bleeding all right, but it's definitely not done for yet. Right, the Oni goes invisible and disappears again. And that takes us to Estrella.
Mm-hmm. Seeing as I still have a little bit of that stuff on me, I'm not trying to stealth, but I am, however, going to move next to Magnus, so I get flanking.
Right, and as you are moving, fist swings out of the air.
Ah, damn it. Alright. Can
If
I nimble dodge or sidestep while I'm moving? No, I can't see him, right?
you can't see him, so
Yeah, okay.
he goes and smacks Estrella in the back of the head with his fist for 29, but he's now visible again. And you think you came. Well, the spider's definitely not going to be surprised you're there because there's web everywhere.
Yep. But now I get the flanking, and that is good enough for me. So here we go. Oh, come on.
Blink! Stabs it. Ursula stabs it and does nothing.
Yeah, well, but she learned her lesson from the wyvern before, and she is going to do hit and run. So,
Very well. The spider is going to try to bite Magnus again. It's a very chompy spider. Armor takes the first hits. And the second hit. And the third hit. Magnus just tanks that gargantuan spider, keeping him off him, and it just scrapes his armor instead. It is now Preacher's turn.
Okay. I've had enough of this, so I'm going to declare a blazing streak, run past the spider down to the Oni thingy.
Mm-hmm.
So double stride movement. And I'm going to try and run past the spider and as well as the Oni, so I'm going to hit both of them.
Yeah. What's your max movement?
This is a double stride, so 110?
Yeah, you have the movement to do that. Definitely have the movement to do that.
Let me see now. There we go. So this is all fire damage. Spider.
Hits. It's going to be
And
25.
+3 for the inner fire.
Yeah, that's when I added 3 to 22, I got 25.
Sorry.
And then the Oni. That's a hit. Yeah, Magnus arrives, just palms that Oni in the chest. He catches fire, and as he's combusting, he looks at Magnus and goes, "You have great honor!" And then he just burns to ash.
Preacher, perhaps?
Yes, the other Magnus.
That's me done.
And it is Zara.
Excellent. Zara is going to intensify her weapon, which gives her a +2 to hit, and then she's going to attempt to hit the Spider.
Gotcha. See if you can roll more than a 5. That's a
How
hit.
about an 8?
That's enough. And Zara goes in, smashes the head of that spider. It goes down. The force field around the portal goes down, and you can hear Hag shrieking in there, going like, "They've breached the gate!" And I'm gonna be placing out some hags in just a moment, because you guys can see in there right now. Just Fancy Grounds being a bit slow. Fancy Grounds is like, working as if it's not getting paid for it.
Yeah, that map movement is a little bit glitchy. There it goes.
Yeah, you should see me try to place
I'm not
enemies into
moving
the combat
anything at the
tracker right
moment.
now. If anybody's queued any movements, please unqueue them. Or I'm going to have a bad time. I'm already having a bit of a confusing time. Come on, game. You know you want to. No? Really? No? Biscuit thieves. Maybe even son of a biscuit thief. There we are. That's one more. Okay, which ones have I forgotten here? We'll figure it out soon enough. I think this lady was already here. There we are, and I'm just gonna place them out on the map. That's one. Biscuits and or biscuit thieves. See. Because the room you see is filled, chock full with hags. Not filled to the brim, that'd be wrong, but there's definitely plenty of them.
Hey, look, we found them all. Now time to fight them all again.
Oh, joy.
Well, we did not suffer a hag to live.
Oh, nice. I have line of sight.
So, yeah. You guys will get maybe a minute to move and cast any spells before the force field is fully dissipated and you can actually enter in. Or they can come out.
Well, I can see and hear the Anisag, right? So I'm going to mark her.
Very well. You've marked the Anis.
And I tell the others, if possible, let me have the kill the Anisag. She won't come back. Probably.
Have my way, none of them will come back, but if you wish.
We're back to that speed of movement now. Lovely.
And let me see. I should still have a poison to enfeeble. I will tell you when I find it.
So we're going to be moving at this speed. We should be done with this fight sometime by Tuesday.
I'd like to try and run up to the fox, see if I can pet him.
Yep.
Then move over to the lower entrance of the doorway.
I think Estrella is actually going to drink her dragon healing potion that she still got, because she remembers that also gave some additional AC to people. And she wants to go into the fight with full health.
I reload all my guns and places myself so I can see in but have some cover.
Yeah. Y'all are shuffling mighty slowly up, but you are shuffling.
Yeah. I would also like to move up behind Zara. I'm not going to move myself. I will let you do that so to not slow it down anymore.
I've got no idea where Sara's actually going to end up, but once that's done with, we'll... Because my PC currently is cosplaying as an Amiga 64.
God.
And yeah, I am going to apply one of the centipede venoms on my rapier.
Because I can see on Eodia's map everybody's moved, but on mine, you're still roughly halfway to where you want to be. That is a joy. You can see, though, a huge room. In front of you, there's a grate and murky water under it. And it's filled with all sorts of knickknacks, in addition to just bones and human, demi-human, various intelligent races. Bones everywhere. In addition to pieces of people on the tables and plates in front of them.
If I have the time, I will chug a potion as well, since I didn't get that much healing done.
I think so. Wow. Lan fairly sprinted that last bit. And as the force field falls down, you can see a hag you haven't seen before, entirely in the rear, sitting on a throne with just bones everywhere around her. She looks up at you like, so you managed to come this far. You can bow down now and become our slaves, or you can become our meal. It's up to you.
I've been told that tastes pretty tasty.
Are you talking back to me?
Maybe.
Let's see. What is this saying? Well, she ain't gonna do that. What is up with spells these days? Well, she's ready to do something when somebody gets close, but you have no idea what. Estrella, it's your turn.
Nice.
Let me just move Eody up here first. There we are. Actually moving at a decent speed.
Mhm. Since I've drank the dragon healing potion, I gained some more AC if I remember correctly.
4 more AC. That is entirely
Nice.
right.
Good. And then Estrella is going to move into the room, and she is attempting, using 2 movements. She is trying to gain some cover and sneak, so she's hidden.
Okay. So Estrella has moved in.
Yep. And that is a critical success thanks to my savage sneak.
Very well. Let's have a look, see at some spells. Yeah, the winter hag gets off her chair, moves up a little bit, and goes, "Insolent child! You think we don't know every single inch of the space we live in?" And then she's gonna Cone of Cold Estrella.
Yeah, nimble dodging, trying to.
Well, it's a save, so I don't think Nimble Dodge will do you much.
You're right. Reflex save.
If the game would allow me to.
I'm pretty sure I managed to dodge that.
Yep, Estrella jumps over it stealthily, swings, looks really cool while doing it, and the piano is now frozen, completely frozen. And that was her Cone of Cold. That was kind of a letdown. The Storm Hag moves up. I'll cook her for you, sister. And points a wand at Estrella.
Another reflex?
Yep, another reflex. And Estrella nimbly dodges again as the Storm Hag sets the piano on fire with a wand. It's now Eody's turn.
Oh my god, I get to go?
Yep.
I'm going to pat Zara on the back and I will haste her.
Gotcha.
And as I am the bravest boy, I am going to step over here around the corner.
That seems prudent. That's your turn, sir. And now it is Mador.
All right. I'm going to shoot this hag right here.
See, which one of the hags you aiming at right now?
To be the one roughly in the middle.
The night
by the
hag.
table with the red and gold.
Night hag. That's what you're shooting at. So go for it, sir. 29. I do believe that's going to be a hit. That is a hit.
Reload again and shoot again.
Yep. Second one just skewers a plate on her table instead. Which just takes us to the humble sea hag. What did this lady do? Hum, 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 hum. Hum, 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 hum. She just flicks out a wand and fires an acid arrow off at Zara, which I do believe is a 2 hits. Actually manages to fumble it badly enough that she goes, "Ow!" and drops the wand. It is now Edamir's turn.
Okay. Hmm. I will do a slashing gust on, I believe that's the Storm Hag that I have line of sight to down there by the Annis.
Yep. The Storm Hag or potentially the Winter Hag.
It looks like the wall's blocking that one. That one's too far away.
Right. Storm Hag it is. Gusturu Slashiru, as they say in Japan. That's a hit, sir. Storm Hag is slashed up somewhat.
And arrow mental will go in. Has 100 movement, so it can make it there going through the door.
Gotcha. And that's your
That'll be
turn,
it.
sir?
Yep.
That takes us to Zara.
Arrow mental too will be in the air.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Zara's going to step here, and then she's going to say, Ital assume you wish to observe, then observe. And then she's going to cast Scorching Ray out of her eyeball.
Okay. At who?
I'm going to do the 3 action. I'm going to do it at the Moon Hag, the Night Hag, and the Winter Hag.
Gotcha. Let's see. Doom 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 doom. Moon Hag, that is a critical hit on the Night Hag and the other one. So I assume that's going to be a whole heck of a lot of fire damage.
Yeah, it's about to be a whole heck of a lot of fire damage.
Because it's Estrella's dad getting involved. Or husband, actually. Not dad.
You. Wah.
So there's the crit.
That's a fair amount of damage. She's burned pretty badly.
And there's the not crit.
Let's see, and that was the Night Hag. And who was the third one?
Storm Hag.
It was
Was
night, moon, and winter.
Yeah, that's what I
Winter,
thought. I
sorry.
thought it wasn't a storm. Shoggoth doing math and humming Soviet songs. These things often go hand in hand. Yeah, they scream in pain. Like, they've got the support of the Dawn Lord. Kill her first. And then it's Preacher.
All right, it's combat time again, so I'm going to try and do a blazing streak. I'm going to need the help of figuring this out. Should be 110 movement. Going to the first one is 50, and then down the line. Let's see what that ends up with. Calculating again.
Gonna be another 40, 90.
Can I reach the one in the middle lower? I wonder.
If you don't try to hit the two upper,
No, I'll take
Nope.
the upper 3.
gotcha.
I'm going to end up probably here.
That's where you want to end up? Gotcha. And I'm just going to check something. Just got to check something. Nope. Okay, then. Do your blazing streaks.
I'm just going to check. Oh, yeah, that works. So, first one. Probably a miss.
That all depends. That's on the sea hag. Not known to be one of the more powerful physically of the hags. Let's have a check. Check-a-rooney. That is a hit, sir.
Ooh. 3 additional.
Yeah, she screeches as Preacher blazes past and burns her pretty badly.
It's all fire as well. Wonder if I managed to hit the frost guy. Second one.
That's going to be the green hag. That is, I believe, a critical. Let's check that out. It looks a lot like it should be. Nope, it is not. It's a hit. My bad. I was being too enthusiastic. That's a hit. She's burned pretty badly as well.
Last one.
That's the blood hag. That's a miss. She dodges.
And up.
Right. These things get a lot of extra abilities, you see, when they're gathered up, so that's why I gotta keep checking my notes. What does this thing do? Oh, yeah, that ain't gonna do much.
Things you don't like to hear the DM say. What does this thing do?
Oh no!
Well, first of all, she fires off a wand. First of all, she actually moves just a couple of steps back very carefully, so Preacher won't beat the stuffing out of her. And then she fires a wand at Preacher, and I gotta look up that spell again. And that is going to be a DC 26 Fortitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, Preacher doesn't care at all. That is a level 4 arcane effect, by the way. She tries to fire her wand of enervation at Preacher. Doesn't work. And it's now Magnus's turn.
Okay, and having sorted out which one the winter and storm hags are, Magnus steps over here.
Yep.
And then he shoots his longbow at the winter hag.
Gotcha. That is a hit. A winter hag's going to be real salty about that. Yep. She's hit, but it's a winter hag. She seems slightly annoyed. That takes us to the... well, you do have one more action.
Yes. Okay, Magnus moves forward another 25.
Right. The Anis hag. First of all, she shouts, "You! You escaped last time, but you won't escape this time!" And you're now in her lair as well. So that is against her 42 DC. And a cage of iron fingernails materializes around Zara, caging her in. And then she moves up here and gets ready to tear Estrella's head off and use it as a night bucket.
Well, this time I can nimble dodge.
And then it is the night hag. She probably wants a word with somebody here. She looks at Preacher and goes, "You, Clayman, defend me, kill your friends." That's going to be a DC 28 will save for Preacher.
Frick.
Oh boy. So Preacher is now dominated.
Yay.
That probably won't become a problem in the long run. And then she's going to move over towards... No, she's not actually. She's good on her throne. She's comfy. Fight's going her way. No way this can go wrong. It's Marisol's turn.
Yeah. So, that moon hag thingy. I don't like her. So I am gonna kneel down and aim and swear to my iris of the sky that I will destroy her. Has it been an hour since the last time I picked a card?
Yes. No, it has not.
Okay. That's why I ask. It's hard to keep track of time in this game. But yeah.
Well then. That's definitely a critical.
Yes. I'm not gonna roll the other one. So 55 plus 17 fire damage to her, plus 4 persistent fire.
Yeah, she should have been immolated. It looks like it's just sheer bloody mindedness that's keeping her in the fight. She screams, "I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do!"
Then I reload and shoot her again.
Ah, very well.
And I miss.
That's a miss. And that takes us to this lady. What can you do? All of these get so many weird ass things. She's just gonna fling out a wand, fire a face bolt at Magnus. Oh, and that's a critical. So that's going to be 26 force damage to Magnus. Which takes us all the way around. The Moon Hag is going to shamble up. She's severely injured, pretty much on fire. Not really having the time of her life in any way, shape, or form. But you do see that she's going mostly on will, anger, and well, that. Yeah. She screams, "You! Wife of the Storm Lord, you at least will die with me. And that is going to be a... What does this button do? There we are. Wait. Gotta write it correctly, Shoggoth, or looking at things won't help you at all. That is going to be a DC 31 Fortitude save for Estrella.
31. Oh god.
It is a success. So that's good. So she hits Estrella for 30 force damage with a Spirit Blast. And I believe, doesn't your thingamabob, Arwina, do persistent fire damage as well? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, she has persistent fire damage, so it's 4.
Right. Once that's done, she falls to her knees, tries to cast another Spirit Blast at Estrella, and then just burns to death. All the other hags scream like, "No! The mother!" And you can see they're moving a bit faster. They seem somewhat frenzied. Speaking of Estrella, it's her turn.
Alright. I will try, since for some reason they still know where I am. So Estrella is not too sure if she really is as well hidden as she thinks she is. I'm going to tumble behind the Annis hag.
Go for it. You can assume that's a success, yes.
And then
Sliding under the piano. She never saw it coming.
And I'm going to attack with my Piranha Kiss.
And she's flat-footed, isn't she?
Yes.
That's what I thought she was. So that's a hit.
Alright. So here's that damage. Then we have that is 2 acid as well in there. Then we have my sneak damage. Then we have 1 precision damage. As she's marked for death, I can do the backstabber. Since she is flat-footed, I will enfeeble her as a free action.
Rude.
I know. And then she is. I'm going to, let's see, 1 move, 1 attack. All the bonuses applied. She's going to move back, but actually not towards her friends this time. She is running over here to get out of reach.
Right, that's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from the Annis, who is going to try to claw her. Yeah.
Can I avoid that with another acrobatics check?
You cannot.
Okay.
And not only does she claw Estrella, she grabs her.
Oh, come on. Yeah, she was flat-footed, right?
Flat-footed, yes.
And, oh, yeah, okay, she wasn't prone, so...
So she now has Estrella in an iron grasp. And that's going to be 16 slashing damage. The Winter Hag, like, ha! You thought I was done for, but I'm not. She's going to move up here, and then she's going to pull out a wand and Cone of Cold, Magnus, and Falco. That's a DC 26 reflex save.
Okay, Magnus will Divine Grace.
Very well. What does that mean?
+2 to the save.
Very well. 26 reflex. So that's half damage for Magnus, full damage for Falco. So that's 20 cold damage for Magnus, 40 cold damage for Falco.
1 HP in a dream.
Yeah, about that.
The Storm Hag is going to move up here. And she's like, the mother is dead, but we have the daughter. Don't let him take her back. And then she is going to, what's this fun spell? I seem to remember somebody else using it a lot lately. What does this button do?
Oh.
Took the words out of my mouth.
What does this mutton do?
What does this mutton do? Yes.
Is it Lightning Storm?
It is Lightning Storm. She's going to Lightning Storm
no.
Edamir.
Well, it's a 20-foot burst area.
Yep. She places it on Edamir, though, because he did it to her last time. So that's going to hit...
It's a reflex, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to hit Mador and...
it's only a one lightning strike that comes down and a 5-foot burst. But she can do it anywhere in that 40-foot.
Right.
So she wants to put it in between Captain Barlow and me and hit us both.
Yep, that's what she's going to do. Thank you. So that's a basic reflex save from each of you. Let me check the DC here. They should put these DCs somewhere where I don't have to go looking for them. That would be very nice. 22 reflex, so it's not particularly difficult. Edamir takes no damage. Let's see about Marisol. And there's now rumbling clouds over you and lightning strikes coming down. Marisol takes the half damage. So that's going to be 11 electricity damage. Okay, kablamo. So that takes us to Yodi. Probably has strong opinions about all the magic being thrown around.
I'm afraid. All right, let's go around the corner to here.
Gotcha.
And then I will use the Wand of Crackling Lightning directly ahead to hit both of those hags with a big boy lightning bolt.
Oh, heck. Ironic that the Storm Hag is taking mostly damage from wind and lightning spells. It's not a good day to be a Storm Hag.
That's a 27 reflex.
Holy moly. 27 reflex, you say. So that is full damage to the Storm Hag. And full damage to the Winter Hag. Okay, 25. What's that what you rolled? No, you rolled a hell of a lot more. The Storm Hag goes giggity, giggity, giggity. She's still alive, but she is definitely not inviting Iodi to the Winter Ball anytime soon. And the Winter Hag goes, damn you! I'll get back! No, wait! And then her chest explodes from the electricity and she falls dead to the floor.
Pew pew!
And it is now Mador's turn.
All right. Well, you only live once. I'm in dimension door behind the hag I shot with glaive ready and swing. 120, so it's 100 feet.
Yep. Enjoy it while it lasts, because I'm going to have to fiddle with the abilities on that armor before next session.
I know.
But that's before next session.
Take away my trump card. I understand.
Because I'm a lazy boy and I didn't do it before this session. Wait a minute. Why can't I? What in the? What did I do here?
I'm there,
there we
so
are.
don't move me anymore. I'm there.
I got all sorts of confuzzle there for a moment. Right. Samodor clicks his heels, moves up, swings. I believe that is a hit. I do not believe, however, it is a crit. It's a hit. 17 damage. She's taken a bit of a beating. And another hit.
And that's my move.
Right. Yeah. She's none too happy about the state of things currently. The sea hag is going to use hydraulic push on Yodi. He seems like the sort of opponent she'd go for. If I can find the spell. There we are. Is it push or torrent? It is. There we are. Okay, so that's a DC 20 fortitude save for. No, it's not even that. She actually has to roll to hit. Well, she pushes on, trying to hit Yodi with the blast of water. And he just easily just deflects the magic as it's coming in. She's not even close to hitting him. Edamir, it is you.
Okay. I will move there. And since, Stormborn versus Stormhag, I will Tempest Surge her focus spell. So surround her with a swirling storm of violent winds, rolling clouds, and crackling lightning. She needs to do a basic reflex save.
At DC 29, I assume.
Yep.
So that is a crit fail.
Ooh. So that's 57 electricity, and she is clumsy 2 for 1 round and takes 5 persistent electricity. Well, 10
Not really relevant, as the storm hag meets a storm with far greater fury than herself, and is just torn apart by the storm Edamir summons around her.
And Falco will do a circling flyby on the Annis Hag. Annis Hag does it have reach of 10?
It does.
Oh, then never mind. Because I don't want Falco getting hit. Falco will just move to there.
Very well. Falco, not in great shape, I assume.
1 hit, 1 HP.
Yeah, so that air elemental is hanging on with basically just by its fingernails. It is Sora's turn. Oh, wait, sorry. Did you have anything?
No, that'll be it.
Yep, it is Sora's turn. It is.
Well, Zara is whiter than 3 ghosts. And then she knuckles down, teleports herself 15 feet.
Son of a biscuit. Well, that cage didn't do much.
And then runs screaming at the Annis Hag.
Yeah. That's a crit. Woof. The Annis Hag is just smacked to the ground. She is now prone.
Yes.
Did
And
you
that
let
is
go?
Zara's turn.
There we go. It is now Preacher's turn, and his imperative, of course, is to defend the Night Hag with all of his power.
Which means that there's normally green and white inner fire aura is now streaked with dark red with a wording of must defend. And I move over here to take care of my door. All right.
Right.
Spinning
Do
up.
I get an opportunity to attack?
Yes. Are you going to take it?
I'm going to because I know what she did.
That is a hit on Preacher.
Not going to
It's
be
not a
enough.
crit.
Hope to
20
do enough
damage.
damage to break it, but I guess I didn't.
Smacks him good. Bonk. You can see he's kind of shaken by it, but he doesn't have a fantastic history of resisting being dominated.
Nope.
Like I
Will
said,
save
you only
to
live
speak
once.
And flare of bows, I guess.
I
Sorry.
assume the second one is a combat grab.
No, I can't actually do that. We discussed it, me and Quinn, in the background. We'll talk it after the session.
Well, you've been doing it
AC
the
is
entire
30.
session, so you've been doing it the entire session, so we'll change it from after this one. You missed with the combat grab anyway, but you hit with the punch.
Okay. And that way I will do one. Come on.
That is 34 damage to Mador. And I do believe you still have an action.
I do. Regular fist punch.
That is a miss. Well, your dice are actually betraying you when it's good for you. Also, you got a will save at the end of your turn because you didn't crit fail this time, like last time.
Oh, for the love of God, thank you.
And Prisha goes, wait, what am I doing? Why am I punching Mador again?
Sweaty.
The Blood Hag goes, no! I can't let you break out of that! And then she's just gonna throw firebolts at Preacher. That's the critical. She just yeets fire out of her hands. First one's a crit, and the second two are misses. But that is going to be 45 fire damage.
Okay. Cut resistance.
Probably shouldn't try to light the Torquata Man on fire when you've got all these nice fleshy targets, but she just saw what Preacher's been doing to people with his fists, so she wants him to be dead. It is Magnus's turn.
Okay. Magnus will move up here, next to the Anis Hag.
Yep. She's on her back, been smacked, but she still has an iron grip on Estrella's leg with her right hand. Hasn't let go of her yet.
The Magnus says, let go of her.
She goes, no.
Sorry, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, that's the dagger.
Yeah,
that's not the one you meant to use.
No, it was the Grieving Blade.
That's a critical. But a mighty slash with that saber, Mador not only chops off her arm, but also her head and smacks the piano in two.
Oh, shame about the piano. You're free, love. Magnus will spend his last turn running towards the Night Hag. Not the... Yeah, towards Mador and Preacher.
There's
Gotcha.
3 more. God.
The Night Hag, not super happy about how things are going. Is simply going to try to bite Preacher. And that's a miss. And then she's going to try to claw him into pieces. That is a hit. And a miss. So that is 20 regular damage and 2 evil damage for a total of 22.
Nice. She does get hit by my inner fire, so 3 damage back at her.
Huh. But she didn't see that coming. No, she hasn't taken over 1,000 damage, Shago. Marisol.
Finally. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn around this corner here reload really quickly and shoot at the hag between Mador and Preacher.
Not Mador. You've got bonus damage against him.
Yeah, well, I prefer not to shoot my friends.
Oh, man. Go for Night Hag.
Incoming miss where she shoots her friends.
Don't jinx it.
That'd be hilarious.
Nope.
Nope, that's a crit on the Night Hag. And she has dominated her last Clayman as Marisol's shot just takes her head straight off. Just the body falls down. This time, properly dead.
Yeah, that was my turn.
Yep, there we are. The Green Hag. She is going to move up to here. And then she breathes out a cloud of foul vapor that hits Marisol, Falco, and Edamir. Oh, sorry about that. And what does this do? That's a oh my. That's not fantastically good, is it? DC 20 fortitude save. Marisol don't care. Edamir don't care. Maybe Falco takes 1 damage. Falco doesn't care. You're all good. She's got bad breath, but that's about as dangerous as she is right now. Estrella.
Yes. Well, she knows poisons, but she also knows that she is kind of used to some things. So Estrella is going to try to, with 2 movement actions, tumble behind her.
Mm-hmm. If you roll a 1, you're falling through that grate.
They're acrobatics. In the when passing, Magnus shouting, "Thanks, dear."
Nope, that's not a 1. There's 1 on the dice, but there's another number there as well. So that's a success for sure.
And then, oh come on, yeah, she is flat-footed, so
She's flat-footed. It is a green hag. There's every chance that that's actually a hit. It is.
nice. So there you've got that. There you've got that. And that is, if I see correctly, 4 acid damage in there. And it is a flat-footed enemy. I am going to enfeeble her. Enfeeble 1.
Yeah, she falls to her knees, dagger in her back, looks over at Edamir and is like, I just wanted to eat children. And then she falls on her face, dead. That takes us to Iori.
Okay. Yodi is going to move up here next to Marisol. And I will use a Ray of Frost at the hag directly up there.
The Sea Hag. Gotcha. Well, that's a crit. Sea Hag might have ice water in her veins, but it doesn't help much against Iodi's pure arcane power as he just turns her into a ice statue. She is dead. It is Mador.
All right. I'll say sorry to Preacher as I run past heading up to the Blood Hag.
Very well. Sorry I smacked you, bro.
Well, it's not within. I'll get within my 10-foot range, but.
Yep, it's going to take 2 moves. So you got to go around as well.
And my 1 swing.
Map's not properly picking up the fact that there's a corner there. And the 1 swing. Swing and a Miss? Hit? Interesting question. That's a hit. Just about. Oh. Well, the blood hag is now injured and quite pissed off about it. It is Edemir's turn.
Okay. Darn, not enough range. I will do a slash and gust on her. Probably a miss.
That's it.
Ah, sweet.
Slashes her for 17. She is bleeding.
Falco will move there and just do a strike.
Do the strike for Falco. One strike for Falco, one strike for Dad. That is a hit as well.
And that'll be my turn.
Gotcha. That takes us to Zara.
Zara, still yelling obscenities in Jotun, is going to take 2 move actions to move there.
Abaddon ruske helvete. I'm pretty certain Jotun's like Northern Norwegian.
Yeah, checks out.
First swing.
First swing's actually a miss. Zara's kind of lost her composure. Swings Night Hag or the Blood Hag dodges twice and both blows going to the wall.
Yeah, okay. Staggering slightly. I'm gonna try and get around the corner and, if I can, squeeze in ahead of.
That you can. Do you want your attack of opportunity, Malor?
Not this time.
And I'll try and flurry blow the hag with the combat grab.
That is a miss and a hit.
Take that. And now flat-footed, and last I will try and do a regular fist. Bop.
That's a miss.
Done.
Held by Preacher, all of her sisters dead around her. You can see she kind of tears her skin open, so you can see the fiery, burning blood hag form underneath. Screams, Hecate, witness my devotion! And that's going to be a DC 26 reflex save for Zara, Falco, Mador, and Preacher. As she explodes.
Critical
Nailed
save.
it.
Critical fumble.
Oof. Yeah, that's going to be double damage for Mador there. So that is 42 fire damage to anybody who didn't make the save. 21 fire damage if you made the save, and 84 fire damage for Mador. So he takes it straight to the face.
Falco pops back to the air elemental plane, airplane, whatever.
Poof. The hag, however, is very, very dead.
Wait 1 second. Gotta do some math.
Gotcha. There we are. Yep. Mador slightly, not just slightly, exceedingly singed, but still on his feet. And it's not quite silence. You can see in the cages there are a lot of starved and very, very scared humanoids, mostly teenage, that are looking very, very relieved that the hags are dead, and it seems to be good people who have saved them. But on that note, we're 20 minutes overtime, and I do believe there's going to be quite a bit of RP after this fight, so I think this is a good time to end it today, or we're going to sit here for another hour, at least, to get all the scenes we need done. So thank you all for joining. We'll be back next Sunday, 1800 CET-ish, plus minus 25 minutes, as always. Please join us in raiding Route 66 and saying hi to them. You all stay safe, stay healthy, and be well. Go drop a tier 3 sub at Twitch TV/Tulmar, Twitch TV/Shionkaisi, Twitch TV/Quinaris, maybe even Twitch TV/Shoggoth if you feel like it. That one's optional. So, y'all stay safe, stay healthy, be well. Have a fantastic week, and we'll see you next weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.